and is absolutely necessary to determine his conflict of interest.
Okay. I guess we need to agree to disagree. I feel like it's more of a board of ethics. But thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Ms. Clerk, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Keolamau Tengon, testifying on CR 2526, to be followed by Vernon Kalanikau.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. Mahalo for having me here today. Keolamau Tengon, Executive Director of the nonprofit organization Kaehu. I'm testifying today in support of the restoration of the request that was made for $250,000. I'm here definitely on behalf of our organization, which has and continues to do great work in the Paukakalu, Wai'ehu area, on behalf of our partner organizations such as Living Pono Project, who we just recently completed our second farmers market down in that area. Other partners like Vernon Kalanikau, who in this past 5 months, we've probably done more in terms of working with the county than we have in the past 10 years. And so the work that we're doing continues to be great, meaningful, and I was kind of listening when Coach Rip, was talking about grit. And I think that's such a great word, especially when we're talking about teamwork. When, we are up against something and we rise to the occasion. And so I'm here for my staff and for those that we work with and continue to work with in benefit of our community. Everything from just recently this past week, scaling back the how trees in terms of fire risk mitigation to continuing to provide huaka'i and summer programs for our keiki here on Aina. So I just wanted to mahalo the council for your support in all the things, and we look forward to doing even more from here on out.
Thank you. Members, any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Vernon Kalanikau, testifying on CR 2526, and he'll be followed by Judith Eagle.
Morning, Vernon.
Morning. Good morning. I was falling asleep. So, again, Vernon Kalanikau, I testified on, Vernon Kalanikau took some time off today from work because I wanted to share some of my mana'o with this Kaehu property. Of course, all of you know that, I work for the mayor's office and we're core partners in this 64-acre Kaehu project. Along with colleagues of mine from the mayor's office, we kako with this, with Keolamau and his organization, pretty much keeping that in conservation. But some of you know that we have to deal with encampments, fire, illegal structures, SMA violations, the list goes on and on. But since we had Hui up, I've been there for them. Whether we're county or not, sooner or later I was going to end up doing work down there, a place that I grew up. If you know that, Chair, that derelict structures that we have down there, I grew up in those structures. So now I'm asking to remove those structures because they're not safe for other programs that they have down there. So yeah, it's sentimental, but we got to move on, move forward, because the most value that we get out of this this area is our relationships, government, different agencies out there, and the residents down there. So it's really bringing all that back together again. A lot of hard work was done in the past from other people in that area, but they come and go, whatever reasons. But now I stay, and I keep that intact. So that's all I have to say for now. If anybody have any questions.
Any questions, members?
All right,
If
mahalo.
not, thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Chair, the next testifier is Judith Eagle testifying on Resolution 25109, and she will be followed by Hamish Craig.
Aloha, Chair Lee,
Hi.
council members, others present. It is a pleasure to be here of my own volition, and having served as a federal government trial attorney, then in a 60-attorney Philadelphia law firm, it is timely, I hope you agree, to comment briefly on resolution number 25109. With regard to that resolution, as you're aware, it concerns the allocation, potential allocation of funds for attorney fees and costs for a matter not yet in litigation. That, I would submit, is very unusual. No filing of a court complaint yet, no lawsuit. So this is pre-litigation, yet the resolution asks the Honorable County Council, for starters, to set aside $350,000 plus costs merely for pretrial negotiations. Simply stated, this appears premature. It is possible that no actual litigation may take place. Even so, the resolution provides for a further request for additional funds before then also if County Council provides these funds. A respected firm will then prepare a first case assessment, including litigation costs. Further, if a lawsuit does go forward despite negotiations, private counsel specify they will need coverage of considerable other efforts. These may have to cover additional months or even more of representation and travel by one or more partners, legal associates, as well as paralegal staff even out of state. All of this concerns the claims of one former county employee against another, our most senior, without specifying what presence or appearance of a conflict of interest exists. Corporation counsel wants approval for stepping aside and listing private attorneys, and corporate counsel would then throw the ball to off-county private counsel. However, in another actual but unfounded matter, another lead employee has had to secure his own representation at what is enormous personal cost to him. This litigation stage for the matter in the resolution now before it, then in fairness, the county surely ought to provide for legal efforts for a specious matter already ongoing. No provision of council support yet enables even national media to create confusion between a civil matter and an egregious one, unrelated. The contrast in approaches so far in these two matters is quite marked. Hastening to cast its police chief to the wolves with regard to entirely unsubstantiated claims by one woman years ago, now before a complaint was even served, our chief official hastens to ask publicly that the chief step away from his position for an unknown time. That may have just been hasty. It was turned down, as we all well know. But no mention of covering efforts for the major department head or even specified paid time and card. Thank you. I would ask for one more minute if I might have that.
As soon as you can, yeah.
Absolutely. The chief wisely declined to accept that. He then very quickly provided extensive detailed documents showing his presence far from the outrageous events the plaintiff alleged. Yet so far, with regard to representation and costs, which are appreciable to almost any individual, that person has been left on his own to get an investigation, retain counsel, and more. So along with regard to the outrageous actions by the only named plaintiff with her counsel who is under a disciplinary cloud against her far away, he so far has done a prodigious amount as a man of steel to protect us too. With regard to the resolution before you concerning the funds the administration wants even before a claim is filed, it is submitted that it is simply premature for such an allocation. What is good for the gander is good for the gander. If our fine county council decides to indemnify for unspecified, unfiled claims by a former county employee against another county servant, then it is time, even past time, it is submitted for it to do likewise for actual but frivolous, demonstrably unwarranted claims against a senior department head. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Eagle. I just was trying to clarify. So you are not in favor of passing that resolution? You want it to be filed?
That's correct, not at this time. I think there may well be a time when it is entirely appropriate. But from my experience for a large law firm in federal government and so forth, at this point, to, what shall I say, to come up with $350,000 with, as well as what may be expensive travel costs and others, it just simply is too much too soon.
So you're saying wait until somebody sues us?
Exactly. It may never happen. May well, but it may not.
Okay. Did you have inside information that it's not going to happen?
Absolutely not. You know, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know the man.
Okay.
I don't know Mr. Karras.
Okay, sounded like you had some inside
I
information.
do.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Any
My
other
pleasure.
questions? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Eagle.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the next,
Oh, thank you.
the chair, the next testifier is Hamish Craig. Mr. Craig, if you could let us know what item you'll be testifying on, and he will be followed by Francine Arona. Mr. Craig, you're muted.
Or maybe the volume, if you can turn the volume up.
Ms. Clerk?
Oh, sorry, is that?
Okay, keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay, sorry. I wish to speak in support of Resolution 114 today. Firstly, mahalo and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. And we wanted to thank the county for some of the work that's been done in our area. This resolution speaks to the status of Hui Road F in Napili. The road has been subject to a significant amount of confusion over the ownership and the support and maintenance of the road condition. We've recently had some county work done on the crosswalk and the convex safety mirror at the junction of Hui F and the Lower H Road, and we greatly appreciate the work the county's done in that respect. The resolution that Member Paulson has put to the county, to the council, we strongly support. What it suggests is that we need to accept the quitclaim deed from the Second Circuit Court to move the ownership of this road into the county's responsibility, as it's sitting now at the moment with no real responsibility for support and maintenance. The road itself is in terrible condition. It supports over 100 families. It's difficult, it's hot, it has lots of holes in the road. It is dangerous to walk on. It's difficult for fire engines, ambulances to access, and it is a single entrance, single exit road. So in the case of an emergency scenario, as we're all well aware of, we have to deal with and consider now, we are very restricted in how easily we can access and egress the community. So we would strongly support, and there are a number of people who I believe have put submissions in online as well, and we're a strong community here in Hui Road F who would strongly support Resolution 114, and we support Member Paulton's mission to make this resolution and forward this on and have the county take on board this road as part of its responsibility. That's all I have to offer. Thank you, and mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, members? If not, thank you. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Francine Arona testifying on
Oh,
resolution.
I had a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Member Paulton?
Thank you, Mr. Craig. I was wondering how long has your community been working on this? And were you aware that there was a resolution of support in 2018 as well?
Yes, the community, I mean, I have paperwork to support this going back to, I believe, at least the 60s. 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. It's been a drastic and ongoing issue for the residents of the community. During that time, obviously the number of people in the community has grown, the requirement for community has grown, yet the road's not really responded to that. And we've had this legal issue that's been hanging over us. We've now had the opportunity, with the quitclaim deed being offered by the Circuit Court, to actually resolve it once and for all and bring it up to the standard that we would all expect it to be, to provide the sort of security that the community can expect.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any more questions? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Francine Arona, testifying on Resolution 25-108, and she will be followed by Kai Nishiki.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Council members, Chair, and it's always a pleasure to be here in person to avoid technical difficulties, as we've experienced this morning. Kupuna, very hard for me to operate those things. But anyway, for the record, my name is Francine Arona, known as Auntie Mopsy, testifying on my behalf on Resolution 25-108 regarding committee-approved CJ Elizarus. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, and correct me if I'm wrong, who will be a part of the Planning Commission Board as a Native Hawaiian Cultural Advisor. Although I do not personally know Mr. Elizarus, I believe he is employed by McKenna ATC and does consulting work for attorney Cal Chip Chase, who represents McKenna ATC. As a kupuna, this concerns me because of the pending development approvals involving McKenna ATC, projects that will come before the commission board that he has been confirmed by the committee for your final approval. Although I am in opposition of his confirmation, I would like to remind Mr. Lazarus, as you sit on this commission, take to heart your mana'o shared on your application of your understanding of being a member of the Planning Commission, makes informed decisions on what shapes our children's communities now. Being a Maui descendant with young children, I would like to participate in shaping my children's and grandchildren's future. As a community advocate of Protect Kaho'olawe and a community participant with Aloha Makena, as well as other community groups, I hold you to be that voice for your people, for your children and grandchildren. Your residents of this Aina, as you serve on this commission board as a Native Hawaiian cultural practitioner and as a descendant of this Aina. I'm all for growth, as long as it's smart growth that provides for our lifestyle of living, our cultural way of living. Confirmation lies with this council today. Mahalo, council members, for allowing me to share my mana'o. And may Keakua continue to walk with you, Mr. Elizarus, all the members of the commission board, as well as you, the council, who has that voice for your residents who live on this Aina. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you. Questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Auntie Mopsy. I just wanted to clarify, you said that formal consulting was done with Chip Chase and Kate Schutte, but I asked that question in committee and the individual said no. So I was wondering if you had any proof of that.
I do know that he is, employee, and I'm not sure if I'm hearing you right because you're kupuna hard of hearing. But I'm just going with my gut that he is aware of what he does on this committee if he is approved today, and that we move forward for providing and for being that voice on that board for us.
Thank you. He also did say that he was willing to go before the Board of Ethics if necessary. So if you have concerns, you can always also put it up to the Board of Ethics. But from what he answered, I didn't see a problem. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Chair, the next testifier is Kai Nishiki. And Ms. Nishiki, if you could just let us know what item you will be testifying on, and she will be followed by Stacy Alapai.
Okay, the items I'm testifying are CR 2526, CC 25-7, 25115, Bill 57, and Bill 59.
Thank you.
Shall I proceed?
All right, can you start?
Yes. Kai Nishiki, and I am testifying on behalf of Maui Nui Resiliency Hui. Our nonprofit consulting contract with the Pulelehua project expired earlier this year, but I'm still here for my children, for your children, for all the Keikioka Aina, for the thousands of fire survivors still unhoused, families living in limbo, crammed into temporary units year after year. And the pressure, the stress of that uncertainty eating away at any hope they might have. Every day, a local family moves away. Every day, we lose more and more of the people that make Lahaina Lahaina. I could show you pictures of the thousands on the wait list for housing at Pulelehua who still want to come home, or of those who died waiting, of the families now scattered across the state or the continent, ripped from the place that raised them, the place they still call home. Rents have skyrocketed because there is simply not enough permanent housing available. Look at my photo background. This housing project site has sat idle for 2 years. Why? Because this administration continues to block the housing provider at every turn. This is the Pulelehua project site where 240 pet-friendly housing units could be built already, with priority for kupuna who just want to spend their final years in West Maui. For the many fire-affected families who just want a sense of permanency and a foundation to build back their lives. Instead, pets are being surrendered by the hundreds, overwhelming the Maui Humane Society. They're putting out alerts, preparing to kill beloved family pets because there's no room in the shelter. And why are people giving up their pets? Because there is so little housing that allows them. Families are being forced to choose between a roof over their heads and the animals they love. And yes, this council has been trying. You've passed budgets with funding for permanent housing in West Maui. You've funded programs like the Ohana Assistance Fund. You've done your job. But the administration, they are failing to execute, failing to administer the programs and financing to get housing built. This West Maui housing provider came forward just 2 weeks after the fire. He offered land for the temporary school to the state. To the county, he offered to change his project, switching all market units to provide 1,000 units of affordable homes. He offered acres for temporary housing. And what did the county administration do? They said no to it all. No grants executed, no residential workforce housing agreement, no permits, no water. But the county offered instead to buy a portion of the land from the housing provider and give themselves or another developer permits and water to build there. When people ask me what's going on with the project and I tell them this, they're saying, how is that not extortion and how is this happening? Councilmember Paulton pivoted from funding permanent housing to a parking lot shelter solution across the street from a housing site that sits year after year. I'm continuing with my next item. No new housing projects were proposed by her in this budget. Why? Because this administration failed West Maui 2 years ago when the offer was gifted and our people could have been moving in today. Instead of helping to expedite this 100% permanent housing gift, they intentionally delayed the infrastructure subsidizing grants you approved until expiration, refusing to execute, stripping West Maui of the funding you allocated last year. They said it was too much. A $33,000 subsidy per unit is too much. What are we doing? How are we not ashamed? How can we look at the people of Lahaina in the eye and say your suffering doesn't warrant urgency anymore? Maui Nui Resiliency Hui urges this council to stand firm in your commitment to West Maui housing by demanding accountability, that the administration stop punishing the people of Lahaina by placing politics and personalities over the welfare of our own people. Resolution 25-115. And from this reso, the council finds that supplying water to support stable housing for West Maui residents is an urgent priority. At a recent Commission on Water Resource Management meeting in Lahaina, the commission provided multiple paths forward for new permanent housing to be built in West Maui while awaiting new and existing use permit approvals. CWRM reiterated the fact that the Maui Department of Water Supply has the ability to provide water for new housing, even under the water management area designation. It was suggested that the county enforce mandatory water restrictions on the highest and most wasteful users of water in West Maui. And in doing so, the county could easily provide 75,000 gallons of water for the 240 units of housing at Pulelehua and for other housing providers. Great news, right? So this is a call to action to urge the County of Maui administration to take action and ask for voluntary or just enforce mandatory water restrictions already. This is your time to show what you have been empowered to do. Use the county's water resources to act with a sense of urgency and prioritize water for housing our people. This is also a call to action for every resort, every vacation rental, every large user of water in West Maui. Would you pledge to conserve a small portion of your water use so that our workforce, our kupuna, our fire-affected families can have permanent, affordable housing in West Maui? Let's do this. Let's work together as a community with this collective sacrifice so that our people can have stable, permanent housing in West Maui. We want to thank Mayor Bisson for proposing the upcoming vacation rental Minatoya list phase out. This is a wonderful opportunity to potentially convert all of those vacation rentals in West Maui to housing for our people. So thank you for your vision and your proactive approach to create a potential path forward for prospective rentals in our community. We wholeheartedly support this long-fought effort and are happy to assist in any way needed to make this vision a reality. Testifying on Bill 57 for the voluntary deed restriction. What a wonderful show of leadership for Molokai and our council member there representing, and lead the way, sister, and let's show them how it's done so we can bring that for our whole Pai'ana. Bill 59, Komohana Hali. That's for 20 units of affordable housing in West Maui, primarily, I think, for our seniors. So support that as a small step forward, but that's still many, many, many years away. Mahalo nui.
Okay, any questions, members, on any of this testimony? If not, thank you very much. Thank you. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Stacy Alapai, and if you could please just let us know what item you'll be testifying on, to be followed by Jason Economou. Stacy Alapai.
I'm having issues with my camera, but can you hear me? Okay. I'm testifying on multiple things, but I'm going to try to move as quickly as possible to just respect everybody's time. On CC 25-7, I support this Pulelehua Affordable Housing Project increase for lots of the reasons that Kainashiki just eloquently stated, so I won't repeat that. CC 25-8. I oppose this. This is a proposed tax cut for basically tourism properties, resorts, hotels, STRs, timeshares, etc. And I don't think that we should be cutting those taxes at this time. I especially am opposed to pulling that funding from the Kama'aina credit. And I appreciate the press release I saw last night. So I'm hoping that that is in the process of being reinstated, that $2 million to the Kama'aina credit. It's really important that we continue to support low-income residents with things like this Kama'aina credit, and I want us to fully fund that. I would recommend an increase to the funding for that to the full $15 million that was originally proposed. Cutting it is not an option. And I also am opposed to any tax cuts on tourism accommodations. We shouldn't be doing that right now. On Resolution 25-108, I support this. I fully support Crichton Lind as a planning commissioner. And I know that CJ Lazares is a little bit controversial, it seems, based on testimony. But I do support his appointment based off of some of the conversations that happened in committee. I actually changed my opinion on this. And I think it is important to explore, though, the connections to developers and McKenna Resort and the people that he would be making decisions about, because I want to make sure that everybody on the commission doesn't have to recuse themselves because of these relationships. Resolution 25-109, I share some of the concerns of an earlier testifier about providing so much funding for pre-litigation about a lawsuit that hasn't happened yet. I also am very curious of what the allegations are and who they are against, because it just seems like if this is a civil concern, you should let those two work it out. And I don't know why the taxpayers are getting involved in a dispute that's not even a legal issue yet. And if we are going to be funding it, then we deserve to have the tea and know what's going on. Resolution 25-115, I am in support of the interim restrictions on new private swimming pools in West Maui. I understand that swimming pools are a dent in the water need, but we need every drop that we can get. And this interim restriction will allow us to see what type of an impact this makes on our water supply issues in West Maui. Bill 57, I support this bill. This is a really great pilot project of experimenting with conversions to deed restricted properties. I wish it was for all of Maui. I wish it was more, but I am excited to see how this bill is implemented in Molokai and how it can be applied elsewhere in the county. Bill 59, I'm also in support of this. We need more affordable housing in West Maui. This is a no-brainer. And now I'm moving on to Bill 41, which my comments will be much longer, CR 25-26. I support the $400,000 set aside for resilience hubs, and specifically the additional $200,000 for a HANA resilience hub. But I have concerns about the moving of who administers those funds, and just want to make sure that whoever is administering it is connected with the Resilience Hub network. I go to those meetings and they haven't been very well attended recently. I haven't seen any county representation there, and I recommend that you attend them and go through all the many different documents that they've provided in their Google Drive folder about how a holistic approach to resilience hubs is necessary. I also support the $250,000 allocated to Maui Grassroots Collective for emergency transitional housing, and I hope that we follow this to see how we can provide more opportunities for transitional housing for residents. It's something we see often, of people losing their housing and having nowhere to go in the interim while they look for long-term housing. I also support the $140,000 in funding for the Department of Human Concerns water project. And now I'm going to get into the fun part, the opposition. Budget. There's a budget item in there. I couldn't quite find specifically where it is for a Sparklesville and Upper Paia transmission line and booster pump station, essentially connecting those two systems. And I appreciate the creativity in trying to figure out how to get reliable capacity to Central Maui, but I am very concerned about transferring water from the Haiku area over to Central and South Maui before the needs for water in Haiku are met. This also brings up some of the conversation about water that was happening earlier with testimony by DHHL. And I mainly just want to make sure, I don't know if this is in the budget anywhere, but I'm wondering if the council is aware of the intergovernmental agreement between DHHL and DWS to drill wells in Waiahuli Hawaiian homesteads, because that is coming up at the DHHL hearing on Monday, and I have a lot of questions about it, and I'm curious how the county is involved in that. I also oppose the up to $450,000 allocated to Aegeon LLC for the Paia Clean and Safe program, including Holomua Road, and the $400,000 allocated for Holomua Road gates under the Department of Management. There's been so much funding for these gates on Holomua Road. I don't understand how gates can cost so much money, and then additional money for security on Holomua Road. I feel like this is a waste of taxpayer funding and would move to further criminalize and displace the houseless community that takes shelter on Holomua Road and has built a community there. I'm concerned about sweeps of that road, and if we are going to move those people from this area that they have now called their home for many years, then we should also provide a safe place for them to go and do this in a way that is with dignity, I guess. And these gates, I'm concerned, would block a potential evacuation route in case of a fire. And comparatively, just looking at the things that I've testified on today in the budget, $400,000 to put up a gate on one road is the same amount that's been allocated to build 7 resilience hubs. So I think that we should look at these priorities and look at the equity of these things in the budget. And I appreciate your time and my very quick talking. Mahalo.
Hey, members, any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Jason Economou, testifying on County Communication 25-8, and he will be followed by Katie Austin.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Economou, and I am the president and CEO of Maui United Way. It was a few weeks ago now that I came and spoke to this committee and the council as a whole. And on or around April 23rd, you all voted to give Maui United Way $12 million as part of this budget in order for us to implement a countywide ALICE initiative, the Kama'aina credit. I want to say thank you. That is an incredible amount of money for you to entrust us with. And I know that we're kind of getting late in the game when it comes to the budget. And you've got a $1.5 million budget, and you've got a lot of people, sorry, $1.5 billion budget. And you have a lot of people coming to you and saying, well, that's too much. You need to find areas to cut. And so you're going to look at the big numbers, and $12 million is a big number. Don't cut money from this. If you're going to make cuts in the budget, I understand that pressure, but cutting funding to a program that is going to serve our working class residents who are most vulnerable to having to relocate, to having to leave behind the islands that them and their families have called home for so long, that's not the area to cut. I can't tell you explicitly how much of an impact $2 million would have on this overall program. But I can tell you it's 1/6 of the budget that we are imagining. So it is 1/6 of the support that we could provide to families that you would be cutting. It is 1/6 of our ability to collect meaningful data and track it over the course of what we expect to be 2 years. That would be devastating to the overall program. Now, will we still have a program for $10 million? Yeah, the community needs it. The community needs whatever support, whatever help this council can provide. And Maui United Way has been dedicated to this community for 80 years, and we will continue to be dedicated to this community. But I think we can afford the $12 million in the budget. I think if you're going to make cuts anywhere, it shouldn't be to programs that serve vulnerable families who are working hard and just trying to make ends meet. So thank you for entrusting us with that funding, and I hope you entrust us with the full funding. Thank you very much.
Members, questions? If not, thank you.
Thanks.
Next
the
testifier.
The next testifier is Katie Austin, testifying on Bill 73, Rezos 25-114 and 25-115.
Aloha, Chair.
Hi.
Aloha, Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'll try to make this quick. Apologies, I was in the chamber this morning, but I had to get on the road. I did just want to show my support for Bill 73 for the amendment to redirect 40,000 to now go to Kaia'ulu initiatives. And I would strongly request the full 40,000. I know that I've spoke to you folks before about my passion for this mission and how much it means to our community. And I just wanted to speak really quickly on the totality of the situation up there currently. And you know, we're on currently 2.2 acres and looking to expand. And I will say that our vision of a more sustainable and just comforted community atmosphere is way larger than our current budget is right now. So we respectfully request that you all support this as well. I do want to say I am in strong support of Resolution 25-115, which would impose interim restrictions on new private swimming pools in West Maui Community Plan area. I do want to, as you guys consider this message, I do want to urge you to remember your kuleana under Hawaii's public trust doctrine. And in Hawaii, all freshwater resources, including streams and groundwater, are held in trust by state and county for the benefit of the public. And that does mean that you folks have a constitutional duty to prioritize water uses that serve the public good. And to my understanding, private swimming pools are not a public trust use. They are a luxury and not a necessity. And in a time of extreme water crisis in West Maui, we cannot afford to keep enabling any luxury uses at the expense of public health, cultural rights, environmental sustainability, and just for the people of Lahaina to be able to continue to live in Lahaina. We are in a dire situation, and I really urge you all to understand that, kuleana, you also are constitutionally required to do so. I would like to support Resolution 25-114 really quickly as well for Hui F to come under the county so they can maintain. I will tell you folks that it is more stressful going up Hui F Road than it actually is going up Mauka to Kaia'ulu. So I do hope you would support that as well. And really quickly too, I do have some concerns on CC 25-8. I'm extremely concerned with cutting of tax money that is coming from transient accommodation rentals, from hotels and stuff like that, that will directly impact our community resources. Rental assistance managed by Maui United Way. I know that that's talked about still being in assistance, but I don't think we have that capacity to cut that. I think we need to be pouring more into our communities and understanding that they should always come first. I do want to support Bill 57 as well, deed restrictions, and Bill 59 I would like to support as well. And I couldn't find the exact wording, but I would love to support any allocations that you folks have in the budget for Lahaina Community Land Trust now and forever. So mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody have questions? Members? No questions. Thank you for your, you do. Member Rollins Fernandez has a
Mahalo,
question.
Chair. Aloha, Ms. Austin. Mahalo for your testimony. Really quickly, I just wanted to clarify what you said about the Kaia'ulu initiatives, which I fully support. And Member Paulton does, of course, too, because there's a item, she allocated funding there for 60,000. Did in your testimony, did you say 40,000? Okay.
So to my understanding, the 40,000 would be reallocated from Malama Maui Nui's previous budget. So I am in full support of that. And then also any additional allocations in the budget that you folks are able to support us with would be absolutely amazing. I mean, the undertaking we have taken and our vision, and we're going to keep going no matter what, but we do need a lot of money. So we appreciate you folks.
For the level of work that you folks are doing, for sure. So just to clarify, FY25, 40,000, FY26, 60,000. Mahalo. Appreciate that. Mahalo, Chair.
Yes. Mahalo.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Dave Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen, if you could please let us know what item you'll be testifying on, and he will be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha and good morning, Chair Lee, Vice Chair Sugimura, and council members. I apologize. This happened the other day. The camera, I can't turn on the camera, but I'm happy to be here before you again today. My name is Dave Jorgensen, and I'm here on behalf of ARTA Hawaii, which represents the timeshare industry in our state, and I'm a registered lobbyist. We appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony again on Bill 41 and County Communication 25-8 and the proposed real property tax rates. We respectfully express concern regarding the proposed $2 increase for timeshares, which already carry the highest property tax rate in Maui County at $14.60. This nearly 13% increase would be significant, not just for owners, but for the many Maui residents whose jobs depend on this sector of the economy. The timeshare industry plays a vital role in Maui's economy. With 34 projects, we help sustain over 9,500 local jobs, provide consistent year-round occupancy around 90%, and generate meaningful tax revenue for the county. Owners return year after year supporting restaurants, small businesses, tour operators, and essential services. A significant tax hike, that consistent visitor stream, potentially impacting small businesses and workers who rely on that activity. We also note that the proposed $2 increase is substantially higher than those for almost all other property classes. We respectfully submit that any increase should be shared more evenly. After the fires, our industry acted quickly to help. We provided more than 25,000 room nights to displaced families, team members, and first responders, and contributed over $2 million to local relief efforts. Many of our members offered on-site counseling, food, supplies, and emergency financial support. These were not isolated acts. They reflect the deep and ongoing commitment we have to this island. We respectfully urge the council to consider an alternative path forward, such as the approach in County Communication 25-8, which preserves the current tax rate while still meeting budgetary needs. It's a more balanced solution that supports Maui's recovery and protects the economic stability of the workers and businesses that keep our island strong. The timeshare industry remains committed to being a reliable, engaged partner in Maui's future. Thank you very much for your time and thoughtful consideration of the broader impact on Maui's families, workforce, and economy. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is the Royal House of Hawaii, and if he could please just let us know what item you're testifying on, to be followed by Budget Director Leslie Milner.
I'm testifying on every single individual bill and all of that. And I'm here to testify about if any of these decisions that are being made and thought of and being discussed and put into work, are you guys letting the individuals of the Royal Patent, allodial land titles, are you calling them up and clarifying all the discussions being made? Because, yeah, and everybody, I'm only in support if everyone is following Kamehameha III's constitution and all his laws, all Papa's laws, because if we're not, it's breaking international, it's committing like international crimes, and it's a war crime against Ko Hawaii Pai'aina and the illegal state of Hawaii. And I request that you call up all the descendants of each royal patent and each beneficiary of the royal patents from the Mahele. And on housing, I don't think that everybody should be put in buildings because everybody's supposed to be taking care of Aupua. For example, like Hawaiian Homes, you see everybody in the house, but not even working on the entire Aupua for the water to come back. And also for the water drilling, please do not drill into my grandma because she's already getting polluted at the bottom of her that vein. And for Waiahuli, Keokea, what about the entire crown lands on the bottom of that hill where Times Supermarket is all located and everything like that? Because I'm pretty sure all of that area, the entire Waiahuli and Keokea is crown land from Kamehameha III, from the Mahele for the benefit of all people. So why are all people getting charged over there in that area, but not on the top where Hawaiian Homes area is? That doesn't make sense. And please, and yeah, call up the Royal House of Hawaii and all the House of Nobles because only them are allowed to make rules or plan anything in the Kingdom of Hawaii. And if not, it is breaking international law. And I request for international law to come in here or something for discuss and help us out. Because we need for malama aina for us malama ourselves. Amen. And okay, and thank you, and God bless you guys, and thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? If not, thank you. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Budget Director Leslie Milner, testifying on County Communication 25-8, Committee Report 2526, and Bills 73 and 74.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, council members. Someone very tall was here. I will try to be brief. County Communication 25-8. I did speak to the managing director about that. Just had some concerns about this cut as they cannot proceed with the package plan without the full 1.25. So wanted to make you aware of that. I also spoke to the Department of Housing. They've already been in discussions with potential experimental and demonstration project proponents beginning in that will begin in July, but they've already been in discussions with them. So they would ask that you not cut this fund. For the CR 25-26, I do have a few amendments to request. For the Department of Agriculture, if we could update the agricultural micro grants program to specifically name MEO. They just did the RFP process last year and selected MEO again as the vendor. So by naming them, they don't have to go through that process again. For the Department of Human Concerns, if we could update the Maui United Way Countywide Alice Initiative, Ina credit to just very clearly state that the grant is Maui United Way for this program. So just a minor language update. For the Department of OEV Resources, if we could ask to reinstate the A budget cut of $89,408, along with the associated fringe of $84,026. And offset this increase with $173,434 reduction to OPEB or wherever the body feels is appropriate. OEV Resources has done a great job of filling their new positions. They've found a way to work with DPS, and they already have people who are expressing interest in these new positions. So we feel they'll be able to fill them very quickly. Appendix A, Part 1. Update the appropriation under DEM for the Bureau of Reclamation. There are details on this in the transmittal letter with Bill 74, so I won't get too into the weeds on that. But the short version is we received the $15 million already. So we're asking in Bill 74 to recognize that today and recognize $3 million next year as we're going to be submitting another application. And Appendix A, Part 2, GET, DHHL. You've already spoken about this a little bit today, but to add a new condition. So this isn't new money. This is just a new condition under the GET line item in Appendix A Part 2 for $11 million for an intergovernmental agreement. Sorry, I'm talking really fast.
Leslie.
And now I'm sounding breathless,
Leslie.
so.
Okay, well, we know you're talking fast, and that's why we know you're coming back.
Yes.
So when we take up each of these items you're talking about?
Yes.
We will have you here.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely, I will be back. So it's $11 million for the development of an off-site water project, including a 16-inch transmission line from the Civic Center pump station to the Wahikuli Reservoir tank. And I did just want to clarify, this tank is separate from the Wahikuli Reservoir. It's below the reservoir. It's to the left of Kilohana and adjacent to Kala'iola. So it is separate from the reservoir that was decommissioned. So I just wanted to make that point. And then finally, I spoke to DEM Solid Waste. We would request a change to Appendix B. I've given the budget director a markup on that, so I believe that'll be distributed later, but I just wanted to explain the reason for the request. As you know, when we're in the budget process, we talk about several different possible rates and fees. When we settled on the $110 fee, the other sub fees were not updated to reflect that as well. So that's the reason for this request. It would not require any change in revenue. For Bill 73, we will defer to Councilmember Paulton on that one. And for Bill 74, I've already spoken about that, but our federal partners have advised us to draw down on those funds as soon as we can. So we are asking for floor action on that today. Thank you, Chair.
Lance Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Budget Director. Mahalo for making that very quick. For OEV Department, you included the restoring of the account A for the salaries, but in that proposal, when we made the reduction, it included the equipment for $200,000 for those expanded positions. Does your request include the restoring of $200,000 in account BEC?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then, second question. Restoring the $89,000 to account A for salaries for those expanded positions would only bring it up to 8 months worth of salary. If Department of OEV is already ready to hire folks, would it make more sense to either put more money, to put enough money for 10 months or 12 months?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Lance Fernandez. Some of those positions still need to be established, so I don't think 12 months would be appropriate. Okay. We were comfortable at 8 months because we felt that gave the flexibility. If some were established sooner, we would have the funds to fill those, and then if some took a little bit longer than 4 months, we could fill those. And obviously, we may have to come back to you for an amendment down the road, or we may be able to draw on countywide costs if it's a small amount to cover any gap.
Okay. Mahalo for that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I don't have a clarifying question. I just want to say for the record that I need to leave to go to my son's senior defense, and when I return, I will be listening online until I drive home. Thank you.
More than likely, we're going to take a lunch break very soon. Yep. Okay. And then before I call on you, Member Paulton, can I ask you real quickly, what is the appropriate amount to leave in OPEB? Because as you know, we'll need to make adjustments, and that is considered like a plug account. So what would you say is an appropriate amount to leave in?
Thank you, Chair. I think, that's a policy decision that the body
I know it's a
but...
policy decision, but I'm just asking you. I mean, I know it's not zero, so what is it?
I think last year we left about $2.5 million in there.
2.5, okay. And right now, there is how much?
I do not have that in front of me because my computer is over there, but
okay.
I will find that.
Yeah, you'll figure it out and let us know.
Yep.
Okay, Member Paulton.
Going back to the Wahikuli, so we're sure it's not the reservoir, it's a tank. But when you said like to the left of, was it Kala'iola or Kilohana?
To the left of Kilohana.
And that's when you're looking Mauka?
That was how it was described to me by the Department of Water Supply, so I will have to confirm to them from which angle. But he said it fell basically between Kilohana and Kala'iola.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
And that tank is brand new.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't believe it's brand new. I think it's been in existence. I can try and find out how many years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? If not, we'll see you later. Bring your pajamas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go set up my laptop right now.
Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Shannon EE. And Ms. EE, if you could let us know what you will be testifying on, to be followed by Ji-Yeon Lee.
Aloha Mai, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha Mai, I'm speaking on Bill 73. Also in support of 25114 and 25115. Aloha Mai, my name is Shannon EE. I wanted to share testimony on this. Basically, Kaia'ulu Initiatives is not just a nonprofit. It has been a lifeline for myself and many others. We are built from the ground up by community, by Kaia'ulu members who even have lost everything they have. We are Pai'aina rooted, solution driven, and really guided by our pilina to our akua, kupuna, and aina, to the generations who come before and after us. In the wake of devastation in Lahaina, Kaia'ulu Initiatives emerged, not just as a response, but as restorations of trust, balance, and hope. From Mauliola perspective, our people are grieving, but in grief, we return to what grounds us. Ilo, the deep observation of the environment around us, Malama Aina, hands and hearts in the dirt, rooting back to kupuna, mo'olelo sharing and creating stories from and of us. Kaia'ulu Initiatives provide culturally anchored spaces for healing, spaces for our keiki, that they can learn their names of their winds and rains. Our kupuna can remember their place in the uplands and shorelines, and where mental, emotional, and spiritual health are held with the same importance as physical safety. There are spaces of mental health resilience, not just services. Environmentally, we are not just planting trees, we are reforesting ancestral memory. We are revitalizing ecosystems while regenerating identity. We understand deeply that fire mitigation, native planting, water restoration, and Aina-based education are not just separate from health, nor are they luxuries, they are survival. Our initiatives are addressing climate adaptation, food security, biosecurity through our cultural frameworks. This is not just for Lahaina. Our impact is already reaching throughout Maui Nui Akama and beyond. We are proving that when you invest in community-led, cultural-informed initiatives, you get results that are both measurable and immeasurable. Measurable in data and deliverables, immeasurable in pilina, well-being, and aloha. We are committed to continuing this work, not just for ourselves, but for the generations we will never meet. This is not a short-term fix, but this is a long-term restoration. Through your support in Bill 73, it ensures that the work of the people by the people can continue with integrity and hope. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? Here, let the record show that member U'u Hodgins is excused for now. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, the next testifier is Ji-Yeon Lee. And Ms. Lee, if you could just let us know what items you will be testifying on, please.
Aloha Chair and aloha council members. My name is Ji-Yeon Lee, and I'd like to testify first as a resident of West Maui personally on behalf of myself in support of the Kaia'ulu Initiatives funding for fiscal year 25 of the transition from Malama Maui Nui over, as well as fiscal year 26 for the 60,000. My son and I have been up there and enjoyed time up there as well, and have directly watched that healing for ourselves in our community, but also for our fellow neighbors in Kaia'ulu who are able to benefit tremendously from that opportunity. And we're really, really grateful to have that space and the support from the community at large. Switching gears into the space of my work within Maui United Way as the Director of Impact. I wanted to share, again, in support of the Kama'aina Credit Initiative under the Department of Human Concerns. And I know that our CEO, Jason Economou, was able to share a little bit about, why it was important to not cut this initiative 1/6. But beyond that, I think that there are long-term benefits to the work that we plan on doing over the next year to 2 years, specifically in regards to data that our community just really, really essentially needs right now. The data that we're receiving is not coordinated and consistent within our community because of the different silos that have been created, particularly after the fires. And our plan is to integrate in a Maui County specific ALICE initiative report as a product of this funding, as well as streamline data and application processes to be able to increase accessibility of funding and support to our community that will allow for us to not only have a roadmap for proper investments in our community as we move forward and be able to pilot this type of program, but also be prepared and be more resilient in the future as we're able to have the systems in place as Maui United Way, as a neutral convener, to be able to respond better. Unfortunately, not if, but when the next disaster strikes our community, we want to be better prepared. So I would like to testify in full support of the full funding of the $12 million. I believe that the funding it's a large amount, but I can look you all in the eye and tell you that we're going to do our very best to make it count, and make it count not just for the next year or two, but in perpetuity, and to create systems to support our community. Mahalo nui for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Jeff Uyoka, testifying on resolutions 2586 and 25114, and he will be followed by Gracie De Los Reyes.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Try to be fast. Jeff Uyoka. Support for resolution 2586 for the donation or dedication of the Kealani roads. If you guys have any questions, I know it's probably not going to be for a few hours, so that comes up, but myself and people from RCFC can be available if there's any questions. And just wanted to support for Councilmember Paulton, Reso 25114 for Hui Road F. Hopefully we can get those roads accepted. I know it's super complicated. I feel bad for Corp Council having to deal with that, but they're used by the public. Someone's going to have to take care of it, and if it's not the county, I don't know who's going to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. What is that? Oh, okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Gracie De Los Reyes. And Ms. De Los Reyes, if you could just let us know what items you'll be testifying on, and she'll be followed by Heidi Lea.
And how many more?
A total of 3, including, Ms. De Los Reyes is not online.
Okay,
So
next.
the next testifier is Heidi Lea, and if you could please just let us know what items you'll be testifying on, please. And she'll be followed by Junior Nakoa. Heidi Lea, this is your opportunity to testify. Oh, I see you. You're muted on your end.
You see her? I don't see her. Oh, I see her. Oh, I see her.
We see you, but you're muted on your end. Your video is on. We see you trying to talk. Or talking, but we can't hear you.
I got it. Okay. Aloha. Thank you, council members, for hearing me today. My name is Heidi Lea, and I'm checking in from Kealaku in the Hana District. I have 3 items that are all in the budget. The proviso funding for the HBC, the purchase of the 20 Owala Road property under open space funds, and the $200,000 in under MEMA for emergency preparedness for the Hana District. I'm testifying as an active community resident. I've been operating as the community liaison in Hana for the Hana Hub project for roughly the last 6 years. initially as a member of the HANA chapter of the HANA Farmers Union, which I'm still a member, and so is the HANA Business Council, and in conjunction with the community outreach conducted through the HANA Business Council, where I currently work as the acting executive director. Also, since early 2020, I've facilitated monthly online meetings for East Maui's Emergency Preparedness Leadership Affiliation, Ho'omaukaukau Maui Hikina, which is East Maui Ready, known as EMR. I'm also the associate editor of the Homicide News quarterly paper and the website developer for the HBC-sponsored HanaMaui.com website. I first want to give a big mahalo to our East Maui Council office for continuing to support the HBC with a $10,000 allocated proviso that remains within the services for East Maui. And also, currently there is, I would like to request support for the acquisition of 20 Owala Road property by the HANA Business Council to work towards establishing the location of the HANA Hub Agricultural Aggregation, Commercial Kitchen, and Education Center for East Maui. It's located in the special purpose revenues under the open space funds for $2.1 million. And that would be for the acquisition of 14.5 acres at 20 Owala Road. I wanted to provide background for the HANA Hub project and also direct you to a website we've created documenting and linking information about the project, which is www.hanafood.org. I've also emailed this testimony, so you have it as a reference. For over 20 years, the East Maui community has been asking for a community commercial kitchen and aggregation center, a place to build efforts of resilience in Hawaiian agricultural and cultural practices as a central hub to be located in Hana. This place would then also be a link for other areas within the Hana district and to the rest of Maui Nui. The location, which is situated adjacent to the Hana airport, has been identified as the best option from a pool of 6 properties which had risen to the top of options studied in a 2023 proof of concept study. So you'll have my testimony, and also the last area is the $200,000 that is basically dependent on this acquisition to be supporting building a resilience hub outreach from that location and for East Maui. So mahalo.
Thank you. Questions? No questions. Thank you.
Chair, the last testifier currently signed up to testify is Junior Nakoa. And Mr. Nakoa, if you could just let us know what item you'll be testifying on.
Okay, I get planning. No, only joke, only a little bit. Chair, first one is 25 CC 25 114, the Hui F Road one, yeah? That bugger stay right across my house, yeah? That's where I live in Napili. Before this, we used to walk down that road for go to the beach, to our beach, Napili Bay, yeah? And the bugger was puka in, and now more worse the bugger, yeah? And I know the county takes cracks, every time, about, hey, we need it fixed, I kind of know the people who take care of these roads here in Lahaina, yeah? And it's kind of bumming me out that they take cracks. And now with you guys taking this step, mahalo tamara, like always, you take care of us. Now with you guys doing that now, that department can go there and go take care of that road and watch that road. Tell you, this department goes all over the county. They go Molokai, they go whatever, they take care. These guys, this department, they smash. Okay, so now you guys can give them the power to take care of what they want to take care of all these years. Every damn year they gotta deal with this. Okay, these guys is community guys, and they gotta walk around and see this community, and they get harassed by this community, which is our community, every time. And they cannot do nothing. Their hands are tied. Now, finally, you guys want to hammer him or the guy there, watch them. You guys do this bugger now. They're already planning. I bet you on Monday. I know the guys. They go Monday. They go smash that bugger. They'll be so happy. Or take care of the place. Okay, and they're gonna do it with pride. So support this bugger. There's many years of this happening. Okay, I don't live on the road. I know all those buggers that live on the road. They always come and testify every time at budget hearing and all these kind. And I feel sorry for them because I know the history behind it. And they come out there, Junior, we need your help. I cannot help. But now, if you guys take these bugger, you know how happy this whole community going to be. So, please support these bugger. Please. Okay, about that one. Okay.
I get a question on that one.
Question.
Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah.
Member
Stop it.
Paulton.
Oh, yeah. Question.
I just wanted to clarify, were you referring to that one time the county workers did pave the lower part and then they were told, oh, that's not county road, you gotta take off all that pavement?
Okay, yes, okay, and those guys just were trying to do,
Yeah, like little bit extra asphalt, trying to fix it up.
They had extra, so why not put it where it needs it, right? And they get cracks, so.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir. Okay, now I good? Now I'm gonna remember, I gotta stop everyone. Yes, sir.
Okay, next one.
Yeah, next one. The 25-115. Okay, the pools, the pools one. Okay. I get couple of, okay, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna tell you guys straight up. I get a couple of those property owners on Front Street approaching me to do the pools kind of stuff, to come support them. I thought, well, if you're going to build a pool, don't even call me out. Lose my number, because I'm not going to support this, because we get Hawaiians, we get people in Lahaina who can't even build a house because no more water. There's no way in heck I'm going to support one pool. Okay? So, I don't know the logistics. Sorry, it's in Honolulu right now. I just didn't get all this information just now. I had a big case yesterday, but the pools shouldn't come up before all the residents that lost everything get home. And stopping all these guys, restricting us of using the water when we get guys down there get pools. We gotta kind of use common sense. My daughter went to college, and what she told me, babe, Dad, one thing I learned is common sense. Oh, she got masters. She got everything. She got masters, and she said common sense is lacking. Hear that, Alex Lee? My daughter went to college. She educated. Okay, so Hawaiians educated. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys. That is what we gotta make sure is the pools, bro. I mean, seriously. It's been said. I said it at the planning commission. Like, go swim, go jump over your wall, go swim in the best pool in the world. Best pool in the world. Yeah. And I get some of these guys that I told you I'm dealing with. They said, but I want to swim in the pool. And then you used to yell, dumbass. Oh, that's not so weird. I'm good. Okay. So, yeah. So that's the pool one. Okay, I good. Okay, next one. Any questions? Wait. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, just making sure I don't screw up. Okay. The next one. Oh, the Bill 73. Kayaula. Okay, guys. Tell you guys right now. This guy, the group that informed this program, is what we should have been doing a long time before the fire. Yeah? And now what they're doing is flourishing. I mean, I know, I know go up there. I just watching all the thing because I'm busy too, yeah. But I'm trying to get them the water truck. I'm trying to get everything. I try to help them as much as I can. And plus, they don't let me up there because I'm a fat old guy. I don't can bend over, go pull weeds and all that kind of stuff. But these guys, they work hard. And on top of that, yeah, what is that big group? The one that get plenty money and go ask them for money and they don't give them money.
Like Community Foundation.
That one, yeah, that one. Yeah, how many coming, you know, come on. Yeah. They could use this $40,000 and go a long way to rebuilding Lahaina and bringing back the greenery, the ulu, and all, you know, everything they're planting up there so we can get our water back. Remember now, one time was the wettest spot in the state because of the trees, because of the ulu and all that kind of stuff. So please fund this program. Fund this program. I don't know if you guys seen the news where Lahaina Luna, agriculture, the seniors, the ag, well, back before in our days, folks, I'm not going to tell you guys how long ago it was, but our ag program was awesome. Yeah? Had pigs, chickens, everything. You know, we was flourishing. I don't do ag, but I was in carpentry. We carpentry, we go down there and we build one covering. Mr. Sakamoto, love you, ba. He don't want to teach me. We build one shelter for a walk-in refrigerator so we can store all the vegetables for all the hard work that the ag guys did. So support this program, guys. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I heard like the reason there's this money that another group now will get them, whatever, just put it here. It's going to help our kids. It's helping our kids. Because I've seen kids go up there, work the aina. Yeah? This is what we're here for, Ganyi. For Kiki.
Time.
Yeah, okay, follow it down. Okay, any questions?
No questions.
Yes, sir. Okay, next one. Okay, CC 25-8. Ooh, this one kind of hit me in the heart, this one. You know how long we gotta wait for you guys to actually do these meetings now because of budget? And we had to wait, and all you guys hard work. How many hours you guys have put into dissecting the mayor's budget? You know, trying to doing all this, all your guys' hard work, putting into this. You guys went dissect that bugger. Yeah? You guys didn't bring the property tax for the everything. You know what? I'm not going to get fully into it, but because that's how Junior is. But you guys, when boss you guys okole, yeah, for do this, and now and then sorry, LSD, but I'm gonna throw you on the boss because you trying to change them to go back to the mayor proposal. Come on, you're ruining the process. You're ruining the system. Leave it. You guys dissect his budget. So leave it alone, because you guys don't bust you guys will call it. I watch them. Yeah, I really watch them. You guys, you know, and gotta follow the rules. Yeah, you know, I can testify one time a day. I try to testify every time. You know, I'm trying to follow this thing, but I also bust my call because I had to go listen to this thing. Don't ruin the hard work that you 9 buggers will do, and our community who will come and sit down and testify and listen to all of these things. Yeah, again, I'm here today in Honolulu because the mayor wants to, the governor, the emergency proclamation, he wants to be the one guy can have all the power. One guy. And then the Supreme Court went good. When shut him down pretty much, but I'm not going to say nothing because not power yet. And so, don't let the mayor have that same power. You 9 buggers, when do you guys' job, that's the process, right? The process, don't screw up the process. You guys don't work hard to dissect this budget. $1 billion, over $1 billion, guys. Yeah? You guys are Berkeley guys will call it for this. We have to listen to them. We have to wait how long for get to the regular meetings. So, in what 7 seconds, I'm going to talk until the kind of kick out. But do not ruin the process. All the hard work you guys have put in. Yeah? All your hard work you guys have put in. Do not ruin that. Stick with it. Okay. Questions?
Questions?
Question?
No questions, so thank you.
Yeah. And earlier part, somebody, I don't know, okay, I miss who the bugger was, but they're talking about the Kalaiola place, the project, yeah? I may call out the Joe Campos guy and Carly Watson, who came to Lahaina Civic Center and told us all this kind of stuff, promised us all this kind of stuff. But we never did get one written nothing, yeah? Okay? My word is good to my ohana, because my word is my word. But sorry, we don't trust the government. Make sure these buggers come with the sign thing. As soon as we get one response from those entities that said that they made the decision, because this is our Hawaiian homelands. Yeah. And already, they were going to screw up their process. Yeah. They said it was Hawaiians supposed to have first preference. The guy's on the list, my auntie on the list, how long? And she on the Lahaina resident, live right below Kalaiola. She just wanted to live over there, by her house. You know what these guys said? Oh, you gotta go key here. You gotta go key here. So, I know you're gonna talk about them later, Alice. I know you brought it up. You better hold these guys accountable. Make sure they sign the damn thing. Yeah? Because we gave in. There's another project that we gave into on our land, our ceded Hawaiian lands. All I'm saying is, get these guys to hold them accountable. Yeah, I'm trying not to swear. But I tell you, this, oh my God, this project, the bugger broke houses, get water leak, when had the big rain, when ruined Wahikuli, the mud slide, you know, cause no more the EIS, all that kind of stuff. Oh my God. Now, we still no more confirmation that is actually going to come to us Hawaiian with the infrastructure like they didn't promise. So I tell you, this guy is not going to stop until these guys, the kind, because I tell you guys, ooh-wee, this is sickening, it's too much stomach. Okay, this is almost 1 year that project on the kind. Almost 1 year, and we still no more nothing. Yeah.
I have a question. Question is from Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify. So what you're asking is on the additional $11 million DHHL is asking for, that we put the same condition that a memorandum of agreement or understanding that at the end of the 5 years that the HHFDC land will be transferred to DHHL with all of the infrastructure. Is that what you were testifying about?
Yeah, because they're asking for you guys our money, right? The $11 million, right? That's I just want to make sure that be included in that, because I'm still waiting for Joe Campos to come up with his word for the whole contract thing with the whole thing, like the guy was saying earlier. But include that $11 million, whatever the hell whatever the heck they're gonna do with them, into that package.
Yeah, I think we put the condition on the first 10, but you're asking the additional 11 be included in that same condition about at the end of 5 years, they gotta sign a memorandum of agreement that will happen at the end of 5 years.
Yes, I'm glad you brought up the memorandum of agreement, because that is what I was told by Joe Campos.
Okay, thank you.
Follow.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Enjoy your weekend. Yes, sir.
Chair, the next testifier is Mr. Law, and he will be our last testifier.
Okay.
Aloha kakahiaka, aloha po'alima. I guess I'll make it quick so I can save up some more time for the Hawaiians. I think Uncle used all my time that I had reserved. Just a couple I have some, I'm speaking on this one now because I have something else for committee reports when it comes up. Keola Mao Tengen and Vernon Kalani Kau, amongst others, spoke this morning about Ka'ehu and restoring $250,000. I'm sure it's in here somewhere under CR 2526, and I'm in favor of that. I'm standing by them. My brother that I mentioned yesterday morning, he Maki died. There's a church across the street there in Waihu, and that's how I found out about Ka'ehu. And they treated me real nice there, and I felt welcome down there. And I'm thinking that's going to be that's for the Hawaiians over there too. And then I think it'll fit right in with the Mauka to Makai of what the Hawaiians are trying to do. And thanks for working for the county, everybody.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, there's no one else currently signed up, so this will be last call for any item on the agenda. If you would like to testify, this is your opportunity. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony on testifying at the beginning of the meeting?
No objections.
Objections.
So ordered. So members, I was hoping maybe we could get through county communications and start the first CR. Okay, any objections to that plan? Ms. Clerk.
Chair, there's no one currently signed up for county communications, but this is an opportunity for anyone who would like to testify in a county communication to do so. This is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony on communications? Okay, so ordered, and written testimony is always welcome. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 25-6, Council Chair Leak, transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41, CD1, 2025, entitled a bill for an ordinance relating to the operating budget for the County of Maui for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Members, are there any objections? Members, with the exception of County Communication 25-11, are there any objections to deferring consideration of the remainder of the county communications until we consider Bill 41, CD1, relating to the operating budget, and Bill 42, relating to the capital program?
No
Any
objections.
Okay, so ordered. So that brings us to CC 25-11.
Yep, Chair, before you is CC 2511, Water and Infrastructure Chair, transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 2586, entitled Accepting Dedication of Roadway Lots for the Kaimana and Kehalani Subdivision, Kehalani Makai, Kehalani Mauka, Large Lot Subdivisions, Iliahi Kehalani Roadway Lot Subdivision, and for the subdivision of Site C-1/11 of Wailuku Project District situated in Wailuku, Maui, Hawaii pursuant to section 3.44.015 Maui County Code.
Member Cook.
Chair, if there are no objections, may I please request County Communication 25-11 be postponed to later in the agenda when the council considers Resolution 25-86.
Members, any objections? So ordered.
Chair, we are now on committee reports, and there is no one signed up to testify. If there is anyone that would like to testify, this is your opportunity. I see Mr. Law making his way to the podium.
JC Law, as well as you guys, I was hoping to do this one after lunch for the staff members. And so speaking of staff members, that's a good segue because I see Bill 49, Resolution 2589 and 2590 are coming up. And I would ask you to pay those council services people as much as left over and that you can in the piggy bank, because they're doing a lot of work. No disrespect to the county clerk's office. I see the pile of paperwork on the desk over there. But I going around in the state library across the street, I keep getting sent back to the council services office, and they're helping me a lot from bothering you guys very much. So, yeah, thank you. And I support those.
All right.
Chair, there is no one else signed up to testify on committee reports. This is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there is no one indicating desire to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on committee reports and accepting written testimony? Objections, so ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we would also now adjourn the public hearing and close public testimony on committee reports.
Okay. We are adjourning, what did you say?
The public hearing.
The public hearing. Okay, we are adjourning the public hearing.
Thank you.
So are you going to begin on committee reports?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair from the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is CR 2526 recommending the following. One, first reading of Bill 41 CD1 2025 to appropriate estimated revenues for the operating capital improvement budget incorporated within Bill 41 CD1 are Appendix A, which lists grants and restricted use revenues and special purpose revenues. Appendix B, which is the schedule of revenues, fees, rates, assessments, and taxes. Appendix B1, which lists the county's concessions, leases, and licenses by department, and Appendix C, which provides titles and descriptions of capital improvement projects, budget bill. 2, first reading of Bill 42 CD1 2025 to set the capital program for fiscal years 2026 through 2031, incorporated within Bill 42 CD1 or Appendix A1, a report entitled County of Maui Capital Improvement Projects Report, which lists all pending capital improvement projects and appropriations, except for water fund projects as of a date certain. Appendix A2, a report entitled County of Maui Capital Improvement Program by District Job and Index, fiscal year ending 6/30/2025, which includes pending water fund capital improvement projects and appropriations as of a date certain, and Appendix B, which is the proposed capital program for fiscal years 2026 through 2031 capital program bill. 3, first reading of Bill 43 CD1 2025 to authorize the issuance of $138,187,284 in general obligation bonds for various capital improvement projects, bond authorization bill. 4, first reading of Bill 44 CD1 2025 to reauthorize the use of $3,926,891 in lapsed bond proceeds for the Department of Environmental Management, West Maui Community Plan Area Sewer Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility Returned Activated Sludge RAS dewatering upgrades, and Department of Water Supply countywide water supply countywide upgrades and replacements lapsed bond bill. 5, first reading of Bill 45 CD1 2025 to authorize the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement to finance the Waiko Road subdivision sewer system and the Kihei wastewater pump station 7 relocation with funds not to exceed $11,900,000. 6, first reading of Bill 46 CD1 2025 to authorize the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement to finance county-wide upgrades and replacements with funds not to exceed $3 million. 7, first reading of Bill 48 CD1 2025 to revise the salaries of deputies, corporation counsel, and deputies prosecuting attorney. 8, first reading of Bill 49 CD1 2025 to revise the salary pay plan and pay ranges for the Office of Council Services. 9, first reading of Bill 50, 2025, to repeal the Employee Parking Fees Fund and transfer all encumbrances and any balance remaining in the Employee Parking Fees Fund to the General Fund. 10, adoption of Resolution 2583 CD1 to adopt the fuel tax rates for the County of Maui effective July 1, 2025, in accordance with Section 243-5 Hawaii Revised Statutes and Section 3.20.010 Maui County Code. 11, adoption of Resolution 2589 CD1 to set the salary of the Director of Council Services. 12, adoption of Resolution 2590 CD1 to set the salary of the Deputy Director of Council Services. And 13, referral of Bill 54, 2025 to require responsible bidders be signatories to the Community Workforce Agreement for all capital improvement project contracts of more than $500,000 to your Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee.
Okay, members, I'm going to be, to start deliberations, it'll be a question to Vice Chair Sugimura. How many ASFs or amendments do you have planned? Because I'm trying to determine the order of them.
8.
8, okay. Rochelle Kawasaki, does that constitute discussion?
Oh, for lunch.
Yes, Chair, that would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, we're just trying to follow the rules. Members, it's 12:32 now. My understanding is Member Uhajins, did she tell you what time? Wasn't it around 1:45 that she was coming back? Does anybody remember?
She was coming. Yeah,
Right, and then coming back.
about 1:45.
Okay, let's say 1:45, and if it turns out to be 2 o'clock, well, we can always wait. All right. Okay, members, we're going to recess until 1:45. Thank you. Will the council meeting of May 16th, 2025, please reconvene? Members, we're still one member short, actually three, but one can join us at 2 o'clock. Any objections to taking a recess until 2 o'clock? Well, make it 2:05, give her a chance. Okay, this meeting is in recess until 2:05. Thank you. Will the May 16th council meeting please reconvene? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. Before you is County Communication 25-8, Council Chair Lee transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025, entitled "A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the Fiscal Year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Okay. We are on committee reports?
Yep.
Oh, county communications.
Yes, we're on County Communications 25-8, and this would be Member U'u Hodgins.
And let the record show that Member U'u Hodgins is with us now from her, is that the Paia office?
Aloha, Chair. I'm actually at home alone right now, and then later my minor child will be coming home from school.
Okay. Did you hear the county clerk?
Yes, on 25-8, I left, obviously. So can I ask that the clerk also call 25-9 if she didn't already?
Ms. Clerk?
Sure. Chair, before you is County Communication 25-9, Council Chair Lee transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025, entitled "A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the Fiscal Year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Member U'u Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. If there are no objections, I would like to postpone this until we get to Committee Report 25-26. These amendments pertain to that legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, we called the
Committee
reports,
Yeah.
yes. So we're actually right on time, and I don't know, Member U'u Hodgins, if you'd also like us to call up County Communication 25-6, but we are prepared to proceed with the communications at this time.
Just call it up.
Sounds good.
Okay. Chair, before you is County Communication 25-6, Council Chair Lee transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025, entitled "A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the Fiscal Year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Member U'u Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. Can I also request that that legislation is also postponed until committee reports? 25-26?
Yeah. We're at that. We're on committee
Oh,
reports
we're at
now.
25-26. Sorry. I need to find my life right now. Okay. Thank you so much. Referencing the ASF attached to CC 25-8 on behalf of Chair Lee, I first moved to amend Bill 41 CD1 by changing the real property tax rate for the listed classifications per $1,000 of net taxable assessed valuation on page 12 of Appendix B as follows. 1. Hotel and resort, $11.75. Sorry. Timeshare, 14.60. TVR STRH, more than $3 million at $15. Long-term rental up to $1.3 million at $3. And long-term rental more than $3 million at $8.
Is that the motion?
No, wait, no, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking if she should continue on. I guess you should. I keep looking at her over there. Member U'u Hodgins, just continue on with 2, 3, and the rest of it.
Okay, so this amendment changes the real property tax rates for hotel, resort, timeshare, TVR, STRH, long-term rental back to what the mayor had proposed, and this would result in a $14,531,563 reduction in RPT revenue for FY26. And I will go to you, Chair Lee, for any further comments. But if not, would you like me to continue to move on to amend Bill 41 CD1 by reducing the estimated revenues from real property tax by that amount?
Okay, we can stop there, just in case there are any motions for amendment? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Budget Director in testimony today requested restoring the experimental and demonstration housing, and that's for a total of $2,531,563, as well as, one moment. Oh, yeah, okay, and then the OEV resources is the other one.
Okay, well, I'm thinking.
And then, Chair, okay, there's the other one. The Ma'alaya Village Association from 750 back to the 1.25 million was requested by the administration. And then I'm hoping that the members would consider restoring the 2 million for the Maui United Way Alice Initiative Kama'aina credit. And I have some proposed numbers to accomplish restoring those amounts.
Second.
So
you move to?
I move to amend the proposal for hotel resort from 1175 to 1180. Timeshare from your proposed amount of 1460 to 1470. For short-term rental, tier 2 from the mayor's proposed, and we kept at $13.50 to $14. And STR tier 3 from your proposed $15 to $15.55. Long-term rental, restoring what the committee recommended at 2.95, tier 1. And then for tier 3 for long-term rental, from your proposed $8 to $8.50. And that would, one moment, generate $5,241,037. It might be 10,000 off, but we can double check with budget director on that. And then, what's that? Oh, okay. And then there's the open space if we want to address that. But for now, that's the proposal on my proposal to amend the motion to amend.
Second. Okay, thank you. Because I'm actually the person who initiated the first motion, and thank you, Member Uhajans, for stating the motion on my behalf. I do support your amendment because initially I tried not to raise too many taxes on any classification simply because the assessments were high. So in other words, people are going to be paying more taxes already. But then I couldn't find enough areas to cut, and that was the challenge. So I thank you very much, Member Rollins Fernandez, for coming up with these changes, because it does try, at least it tries to modify the raises in rates, and at the same time, not cut, important programs like Maui United Way and some others. So I think your amendment certainly achieves, the goal, and I appreciate that. So, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, if you don't mind, if I could just back us up a little bit. So we had a motion made by Member Uhajans to amend with the ASF County Communication 25-6. We did not have a second on that.
We didn't?
No.
Oh, okay.
We don't have a second on hers.
Do you want a second, Vice Chair?
Sure.
Okay, so she's the seconder.
Okay.
And then the amendment by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton. And now we're in discussion.
Yes, and then at the end of it, just so I don't forget about this, county communications will need to be filed. So we'll just need to incorporate those into motions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It's just that, yes.
Sorry, 25-8, I'm sorry.
Okay, good, we have people watching from all sides. Now, Vice Chair Sukimura.
I wonder if Member Rollins Fernandez can repeat what you just said.
Absolutely. All right. Do you want me to just read the numbers that I've proposed, or do you want me to explain the change from Chair Lee's?
No, I got Chair Lee's on my paper, so if you want
So
to say
Hotel Resort, 1180.
1180.
Timeshare, 1470. STR Tier 2, 14. STR Tier 3, 1555. Long-term rental Tier 1, 295. And long-term rental Tier 3, 850.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And what was the amount you got to?
So 6 changes to Member Chair Lee's proposal.
Did everybody get that? Okay, now do you want to hear what cuts that are the adjustments on the to make this happen? Can you go over that, please?
Yes. Okay, on CC 2508, I'll start from page 6. Okay, so that proposed amendment is the Ma'alaya wastewater reclamation system, so we're not going to make that amendment. For the fringe benefits, Chair Lee's proposal is to reduce account B to 182,640,474.
Now she's working off of my written ASF that was posted. Okay, everybody following?
On page 10, insurance programs and self-insurance reduced by $1 million to what Chair Lee proposed, $20,600,000. For, on the same page, for post-employment obligations, adding $200,000 to Chair Lee's proposal so that it would be $2,568,201. The next page, page 11, the transfer to experimental and demonstration housing projects fund will remain $3,750,000. The next page, page 16, Maui United Way Countywide Alice Initiative Kama'aina Credit will remain $12 million. The next page, 17, under the Office of Recovery, Chair Lee proposed reducing wildfire-related expenditures by $500,000 so that it would be $2,253,000. Yeah, $2,253,000. And then for page 67, Appendix A, Part 2, the proposed amendment on CR 2508 under Experimental and Demonstration Housing Projects Fund, there would be no change to the appendix. And that would complete the amendments on CC 2508.
Okay, now discussion.
Okay, mahalo, Chair. Okay, so we heard in testimony that those items were important to restore. For the Ma'alaya Regional Wastewater Reclamation System, there's a matching fund of $1 million for EPA, and this 1.25 million is needed for the matching fund in order to satisfy the EPA matching fund requirement for that grant. For post-employment obligations, we learned that in past years, we have put at least 2.5 million in this line item, and we felt it was a good practice. So keeping in line with past practice, keeping it at least 2.5 million there. For the experimental and demonstration housing projects, we learned in testimony today that the $3.75 million already have projects planned for that amount of money. So by reducing that, projects that are in the pipeline will not be able to be done. It wasn't just an open competitive grant. For the Maui United Way, we heard from the executive director on the importance of keeping the $12 million and how important that is to help our community right now, especially with the FEMA cliff and the way the things are at the moment. And for the wildfire-related expenditures under the Office of Recovery, my understanding is that was more of a broad category to cover some of the wildfire expenditures, and that the administration was okay with that item being reduced by $500,000. And that's my discussion. Mahalo, Chair.
Anybody else? Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, and I don't want to shoot myself in the foot because I do appreciate the motion, but I did want to clarify for the record, it will be a competitive process for the experimental and demonstration housing funds. They have been meeting with potential grantees, but no grantees have been selected yet.
Oh,
thank you,
mahalo
Chair.
for that clarification, Director.
So it's still open to be cut. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Little drama for you there. Everybody awake now? Everybody awake? All right? Nobody landed? Okay. I'm supportive of this. I just wanted, as far as like the experimental building fund, I do understand that it's going to be a competitive grant. If it's possible, I'd like the department to be able to give us quarterly sort of an update of what it is. I don't want to make a homework assignment for them because I understand it can interfere with their actual productivity. But I would really like the council to be informed as the type of applications they're getting and like that. It can be relatively informal to make it simple, but I really feel strongly that for this amount of money, if we can get some visibility as far as the amount of interest and the reviews, et cetera, would that be acceptable to the administration?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Yes, I don't think that would be an issue. And as we discussed earlier, when the projects are selected, that will come back to the council as a budget amendment for final approval before any grants are issued.
Thank you. And one other comment, as far as the Ma'alaya, I'm glad that that's gonna be reinstated. I did have the opportunity to speak to them, and They're currently working with the administration as far as the land lease, a variety of things. This is going to give them the opportunity with the funding to get a lot of the plants started that they need. And so they will be utilizing that money right away, and they do need it. So I'm glad that we're reinstating that. Thank you very much, Member Rollins Fernandez and Chair. Thank you.
Anybody else? Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this as well. Can I also add into the motion as a friendly amendment to file CC 25-8 with this vote as well?
Okay, thank you.
No
Or
objection.
when we do the vote. Thank you.
Yeah. Which is right now.
Want to do some other friendly amendments?
To this?
You want to add the 4 in the Maui United Way since we're doing it?
Pardon me?
The Maui United Way for the Kama'aina Alice initiative. It's just adding the word 4 into it.
Oh, 4. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, you want to make a motion? What is the friendly?
I'm
What
just gonna
is
add
the
it.
friendly? What is the friendly addition?
Ms. Milner asked.
For Maui United Way, to just add the word FOR after.
For Alice?
For you.
Okay.
You get all
I
the
could
money.
use the door, honestly, really. Okay, the staff, who's taking this down?
It's on page
Carla?
16.
Taking
It would read Maui United Way for countywide Alice initiative, Kama'aina credit.
Okay.
Yeah?
Any other
Okay.
amendments, or friendly or otherwise? We don't want to hear hostile. Vice Chair Sugimura, this is only to the real property taxes and the associated projects.
Yeah, so in the project for the Molokai, that project, I have in there a ASF that I can bring up at the appropriate time, or I can add it now. Sounds like you're adding or making changes to.
No, this is only for the real property taxes.
Yes,
As
okay.
in conjunction with
I won't
real
add to
property
it then, a
taxes.
friendly
Yeah.
amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Okay. Going once, twice. Are you ready to vote? Oh, member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. In my motion, I think I failed to say I move to adopt CC. Do I have to do the whole thing 25-26?
But it was amended. You didn't.
It was amended, I know.
We didn't have a motion.
Is
to
it Bill
adopt on the
41?
floor.
Because right now I think we have a motion to amend, but I don't know if we had a motion to adopt. But perhaps the clerk can tell us where we're at.
Chair, just to clarify.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
So the motion to adopt is for the CR. So
Oh, the CR.
Member Sugimura has got to do that motion to adopt the recommendations from CR, whatever number it is right now. CR
25, 26.
25
This is 25-86.
86. Because then member Hodgins made the amendment to, made the motion to amend the main motion, but there was no main motion. So we need a main motion, I
I
think?
thought she had the amendment. Well, okay, can we start again? Madam Clerk, I thought she made the motion, and then there was an amendment to that motion, but let's start again.
Okay, so we just need a motion to adopt Committee Report 2526, and we already have 2 ASF motions on the floor, one by Member Hodgins, one by Member Rollins Fernandez.
Second.
To adopt the committee
Say it.
report.
Okay. I move to adopt the committee report 2526.
Second.
Okay. And then,
And then we've got the 2 motions to amend.
so the
And those are good.
ASF from member Hodgins, and then the amendment from member Rollins Fernandez.
Correct. And then Member Hodgins also added in the motion to file to her motion to amend County Communication 25-8. So we are in a great spot right
Wait, okay,
now.
so Vice Chair, you made the motion, but
Yeah.
who seconded that one?
Kiani.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, so we're all set, right? I'm not gonna stay here till 2:30 in the morning trying to figure this out. Okay, everything is all set?
Set.
Ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 7 ayes to excuse Pro Tem Kama and Member Gabe Johnson. Motion carries.
Oh.
So that only takes care of, actually, my initial ASF.
25-8.
We have like 5,000 more to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the 8 amendments that Member Sugimura has, so we can check that one off the list too.
Okay, all right, so let's have, sis,
Okay. So we had the motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez and voted on, correct? That amendment. We
That's
still
later.
have Member Hodgins' motion on the floor, so we need to get to that.
Her motion
Yes.
is amended?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was talking to some.
Yeah.
We're gonna start again?
No, just all those in favor of Member Uhuhajin.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. All those in favor of Member Uhuhajin's amended motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 7 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. To excused, Pro Tem Kama and Member Gabe Johnson. Okay, what the deputy was talking to me about while you folks were talking was, she wondered if they should work on balancing as we go through or at the end. So I said at the end. What do you guys want? At the end.
At the end.
So at the end.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Clerk.
I believe that we also need to amend the operating appropriations.
And so you mean the cover page in the beginning? So I think that might be better to be done at the end, in case there's other amendments, right? Or
I think she's talking about
the real RPT revenue, because there aren't going to be any more amendments to RPT revenue.
That's true. We're done with RPT.
Yep, but can we take just a brief moment? Just a short recess? Just 2 minutes would be fine.
All right, it's 2:36, recess till 2:40. Will the council meeting of May 16th, 2025, please reconvene? I forgot to mention, by the way, members, practically all of our staff in OCS is tracking this and also, trying to keep the numbers straight as well. Thank you so much for your patience. So, Ms. Clerk, perhaps you can explain what happened during the recess.
During the recess, we just discussed that we'll, at the end of all of these ASFs and amendments to the committee reports, we will then file all of the communications. So I think Member Rollins Fernandez is going to ask consideration for withdrawing the filing of CC 25-8.
I move to reconsider the last motion for filing.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton to reconsider the last motion for filing. Okay, all those in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. The plan is to file all the CCs one time at the end. Mahalo, Chair.
All right, define the end. Not just kidding. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused members, Johnson and Kama. Motion carries.
Chair.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, I withdraw that friendly amendment motion to file. So it's no longer.
Okay. Oh, I thought you did.
To
I thought
dispose of it. We just reconsidered.
Yeah.
Which puts the motion back on the floor.
Yeah, and then I thought we took the vote for that.
We did. And now I'm disposing of that motion because we just did the reconsideration.
She's disposing of that motion.
And then my seconder said, cool.
Good.
Okay.
Good. All those in favor of that motion?
I have to take a vote. I just withdrew it. I withdrew the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the second agreed. I promise.
Okay. Any other comments? Anything else done without us knowing? Okay, thank you. All right. County Clerk, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
continue.
Before you is County Communication 25-6, Council Chair Lee transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025 entitled "A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the Fiscal Year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, too. Thank you, Chair. Referencing the ASF attached to 25-6, I move to amend Bill 41 CD1 on page 24, Condition A under Wailuku Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs to add after beautification the following: and Community Association Development and Support.
Second. Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura. With regard to the ASF, just read to you by her. Discussion, Member Hodgins, or do you want me to say something?
Please do if you want to, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. This is one of those district projects, and it adds the words to the funding already approved, $15,000 for the Waikapu Community Association, and community association development and support. That's what we're doing, adding those words to that district funding of $15,000. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused members, Johnson and Pro Tem Kama. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 25-9, Council Chair Lee transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025 entitled "A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the Fiscal Year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair Lee. On behalf of you, I move to amend Bill 41 CD1 by 1 for Department of Public Works Highways Administration Program General, increasing the appropriation for Category A salaries by $26,048 and making the appropriate adjustments for the associated fringe costs. And two, under countywide costs, increasing the supplemental transfer to the highway fund by $50,528 and making the corresponding revision to increase estimated revenues from interfund transfers by the same amount. And three, under countywide costs, decreasing transfer to the emergency fund by $26,048 and making the corresponding revision in Appendix A, Part 2, and we will file the communication later.
Okay, thank you, Member Hodgins. This one is actually a response to when Pro Tem Kama, remember when she reduced salaries from 8 months, from 4 months to 8 months. Then I was called by the department that they really needed this position, which they have someone ready to hire. So that's why I'm making these adjustments on their behalf.
Chair, we just need a second.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry that we didn't have a second. I thought Vice Chair did, but okay, Member Rollins Fernandez second, and discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So in testimony, when Budget Director spoke to restoring the 89,000 and some change to the salaries, I asked about the 200,000 for the expanded position equipment and for OEV department. Yeah.
Okay.
That was part of the reduction on Exhibit 1 on April 27th. So
by whom?
Member Kama.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have it here on my screen. So so that these new positions have equipment, would you like to restore the 200,000 as well?
Sure. Let's do this one first. Or you wanted to just add it to the motion?
Yeah, because it's the same department.
Okay. Did you say OEV? What department did you say?
Oh, did you not say OEV?
No, it's Public Works.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. You can still keep my second, though.
Okay, thank you. You're so kind. All right, so this is the Public Works position that they already have somebody to hire. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, Member Johnson and Pro Tem Kama, motion carries. Okay, that takes care, I think, of my last ASF, I don't know.
That's correct, Chair.
Correct.
We're moving on to Member Polton's ASF.
No, wait, let's.
Oh.
I do?
No, she had 3. Paul? That was.
Okay, members, do you want to do Member Rollins Fernandez one? It's the same idea. You want to do that then? Make that motion now.
Sure, mahalo, Chair. Okay, so for Department of OEV Resources, same idea that we heard in testimony from Budget Director. Let me pull up the exact numbers. I had it right here, and then I have so many screens open, and if Budget Director has it handy at the moment, I will call on her. If not, okay, I found it. I move to restore $89,408 to salary A. Account A salaries, and $200,000 to account B operations.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura on the motion to make the adjustment in the OEV Resource Department. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Same discussion. We heard from Budget Director that the department has applicants that are ready to fill these expanded positions, and they, I think, are the only department who's fully staffed. So congratulations to them for not having any vacancies. And I hope the members support this restoration of funds. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, Members Johnson and Pro Tem Kama. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 25-7, Councilmember Paulton transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025 entitled A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Operating Budget for the County of Maui for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I moved to file this communication, but I do have discussion.
Okay. This one we can file now, right? Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by
Second.
Member Rollins Fernandez to file the communication. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I did have opportunity to speak with Mr. Nishita during lunch, and the Department of Housing has the application. They have the residential workforce housing agreements. They have a possible path forward that they're looking into right now. And so there still is time for them to put this together to provide 240 affordable rental units in perpetuity for West Maui in land that is already in the correct zoning under state and county jurisdictions, as well as in the correct community plan area. I do think it was a mistake not to get this going in the immediate aftermath of the fire, because a lot of folks that applied for the Kaiaulu projects, Kukuya and Kupuohi, don't meet the 60% and below area median income requirement, because it is quite a bit more expensive to live in Lahaina, and this project would have had 80 to higher percentage. There are water deals that can be worked out, but it's a little bit complicated right now, and so they're working on it. My hope is that they will pull things out from the bottom of the pile and put it to the top of the pile, because the need is greatest in West Maui. Maybe they can push it to the front like they did for Honuaula, Wailea 670. And, you know, time will tell if waiting this 2 years before giving them water was a mistake or not, and time will tell whether if they let this project die was a mistake or not. But we do know that there is significant need for rental housing in West Maui, because about 80% of the people were renters. And right now we're only in the planning stages of rebuilding Komohanahale. We haven't seen the plans for Front Street Apartments, David Malo Housing, Lahaina Surf, Halemaha Olueono, and all of those other ones that are expected to take 5+ years. So not moving forward with housing in West Maui is basically, you know, letting more and more of our kupuna not be able to come home. So many of them did. A lot of people just want to come home to die. Some people want to come home to live. And, you know, realistically, I think like one of the testifiers stated earlier today, housing first doesn't work without housing. And so if we have this opportunity where all the pieces are lined up, CWRM, the Commission on Water Resource Management, says that the county can allocate some of their water. There's measures that went through the Board of Water Supply about wasting water when single-family homes use in excess of 500 gallons a day up to 2,000 gallons a day. Things can be done. The state, as part of their Lahaina area aquifer sector area plan, lists Reservoir 140 as a big piece of the solution, as well as other water that the state has access to. I think 750,000 gallons a day above Ka'anapali. And so there's these other avenues we can pursue on a temporary basis. but just dragging your feet in the aftermath of unprecedented disaster in which over 10,000 people lost their housing is not acceptable. And so if the administration cannot get this done by June 30th, I will patiently wait for their budget amendment to come down.
Okay, very good. Thank you for all you're doing on that one. Any more discussion? All those in favor of filing, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. To excuse members Johnson and Pro Tem Kama, motion carries. Ms. Clerk, are we at Vice Chair Sugimura's?
Yes.
ASF now?
We are. Chair, before you is County Communication 2510, Budget Finance and Economic Development Chair, transmitting a proposed amendment to Bill 42, CD1 2025, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Capital Program for the Fiscal Year Ending June 30th, 2026.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
So this is regarding Bill 42. So you're okay switching over to Bill 42? Or did you want to do 41 all and then go to 42? You are, okay. I move to amend Bill 42 CD1, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance Relating to the Capital Program for the Fiscal Year Ending June 30th, 26, to update the date of the capital improvement project reports from December 31st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, and to replace appendices A1 and A2 with the capital improvement project reports dated March 31st, 2025, as transmitted in Bill 42 CD2 2025 and the updated appendices.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to make those changes and discussion.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. An updated report from the administration came when we were in the midst of budget. So this action then would replace what was in the budget that we received from the administration and replaces it with the most current and updated CIP report. Thank you, members.
Okay. Did you just make a
Motion.
an amendment to Bill 42?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did ask if we could switch to.
Okay. But Bill 42 is not called up though, right?
Yeah,
Or it was
you
called
did.
up.
Part
It
of
was called up.
CR.
This is a
the committee report.
posted, ASF,
Okay.
so.
All right.
25, 26.
Okay, so you can call up the next one. Oh, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. To excuse members Johnson and Pro Tem Kama, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair.
Yes.
Oh, there are more CCs.
We have some additional ASFs that were not posted.
Okay, mahalo.
Yes, but that was the last of the posted. Oh. And just for clarification, this was for Bill 42 CD1 2025. That's what we just voted on. Okay.
Okay, next item.
Chair.
So we don't have any more of the posted ASF, yes?
No, Chair.
Chair,
Who's saying chair?
this side, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Hi, sorry, I believe
All
that
right.
would be a CD1, FD1. And if I can just ask the clerk to confirm that, so we get the numbering correct.
Clerk, can you confirm that?
Yes, Chair, that's
They
correct.
said yes. Okay, all these voices. All right, Ms. Clerk.
Let's see here. All right, Chair, so now we have a number of ASFs that we, as you can see, like a
From
card in my
who?
hands, that are not posted. So I don't know if you want to begin with Vice Chair, but I have a number of ASFs from her.
All right, let's go. You can start reading, call it up.
Can I ask a question when you proceed?
Sure.
So do you also have amend Bill 41 CD1 2025 Appendix A Part 1 Department of Environmental Management? Appropriation entitled Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Title 16.
Chair, that was transmitted by the administration, yeah?
Yeah.
It wasn't an ASF, it's a separate bill, yeah? Oh,
It's actually amending appendix.
Director Milner, can you help us clarify?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this was a request I made this morning during my testimony. There is a bill, but as a result of that bill, we are also asking for an amendment to fiscal year 26 budget. And I believe Vice Chair has prepared an ASF for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'll do it in whatever order you want.
Well, I think she just called it. Did you just call it up or you didn't call it up?
I did not.
Just call anything up.
We want to go home, yeah.
can Member Sugimura just make the amendment? Is it to Bill 41? Can you just read the?
Well, the clerk doesn't have it yet. You do now have it. Okay. Why don't you just call it up?
I've got a whole stack.
But it doesn't have a number. It's not an agenda item. It's just.
No, you can just say that this is not a posted ASF and what it concerns, and then we can call on Vice Chair Sugimura.
Okay, I think that the first amendment, that I have in front of me, because we numbered them ourselves, is Bill 41 CD1 amendment, a bill for an ordinance relating to the operating budget for the County of Maui for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. And this is for the Firefighters Association hazard pay.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, let's do that.
I move to amend section 3.6.g under Department of Finance countywide costs by 1, reducing fringe benefits by $6 million, and 2, increasing insurance programs and self-insurance by $6 million, and adding the following condition: up to $8 million must be used to pay the negotiated amount of temporary hazard pay for eligible Maui County Hazard Firefighters Association members for performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency. I need a second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, second by Member Cook, to pass this ASF amendment to Bill 41 CD1 2025. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. This funding is for temporary hazard pay for eligible Maui County Hawaii Firefighters Association members, and is split between fringe benefits and insurance programs and self-insurance. This amendment ensures all $8 million is to a single line item, supporting consistency in budget administration.
Any discussion? Yes, Vice Chair Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so the amendment that we made to fringe benefit on your CC 2508 brought it down to 182,640, 474. So the proposal on page 9 for Member Sugimura would just make it 181,640,774.
Yes.
So it might not be reduced by the same amount, but to that amount. That was what your motion was?
Yes.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more questions, Member Paulton?
Question for Ms. Milner. When Josiah said that they had put aside some money, because Member Sugimura already initially put 10 million, and then Josiah said that he had some money set aside for the hazard pay. Was that money in that insurance programs and self-insurance category?
Thank you, Chair.
Explain it.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelton. I actually was just texting Councilmember Sugimura about that. It's under fringe, so if the body would consider, I'm not allowed to make a friendly amendment, but moving 8 million instead of 6 million, and then conditioning the 8 million under self-insurance.
Okay.
So this would be an amendment to your motion?
Yeah.
Well, didn't we just pass that motion?
Oh, we didn't yet.
I was still on my turn talking.
Pardon me?
I was still on my turn when you called on me.
Oh, I thought you were asking a question.
Yeah, I had a follow-up.
Oh, you have a follow-up. Okay, go ahead.
So to follow up, the 2 million that Josiah said he had originally was in fringe, but then you want to move it to insurance programs and self-insurance because he put it in the wrong place.
Thank you, Chair.
Initially.
Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yeah, we put it under fringe as a placeholder while we were still in negotiations, but the payment will most likely be made out of one of the indexes under insurance and self-insurance, so we'd like to move the full amount.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, are you going to make another motion?
Oh.
Or no need?
No need.
Member Cook? Oh, Member Hodgins?
Oh, she has to leave.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just adding that for the record, I'm going to recuse myself on this one like I have before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, unless Member Rollins Fernandez has a different thought.
Support.
Oh.
I support you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but I do have a question.
Oh, okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
When Member Hodgins is Paul.
I think she's Paul.
She's Paul, okay. Okay, so in your proposal, Chair, we reduced fringe benefit to $182,640,474, right? So there isn't that $8 million to move for Member Sugimura's?
Director Milner.
Oh, it's, okay. All right, I just making sure that they all jive.
Okay, the Director Jive. Can you please explain?
I can do a two-step, but thank you, Chair. Yes, so my understanding is that the $5 million was cut from the funding that Councilmember Paulton had added, not from the funding that Councilmember Sugimura had added. So this is the $2 million that we had as a placeholder along with the money that Councilmember Sugimura added, just moving from fringe to self-insurance.
Mahalo.
Member Paulton.
There was a memo about medical. Is there still enough for the medical?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, I believe the remaining funds will be sufficient to cover the supplemental agreement for the medical coverage.
Okay.
And remind us, how much is that again? The supplemental medical coverage?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a final number at the moment because we haven't completed the master agreements with fire and police, but we can provide that. I think we had said 8 to 10 million probably for all 4 unions once the supplemental agreements are completed.
Which were the, oh, all the unions?
Member Paulton?
Can we do HGEA and UPW first? And if there isn't enough for the other two, then go on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, my understanding is those supplemental agreements are either being voted on now or have already been voted on by the unions, and we will move forward with them as soon as possible. And yes, we'll come back if we need additional funding.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, another one, I just want to make sure that it makes sense with the previous amendment. So your amendment reduced the insurance and self-insurance by $1 million. So instead of the 21.6 million, it was 20.6 million. And so this amendment moves 6 million here. So it would end up being 26.6 million. Is that enough for all the things?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I believe that should be fine. Yeah, so we're moving, I think the amendment on the floor now is to move 8 million, which will bring us to 28.6 under insurance and self-insurance, which should be sufficient. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification.
Okay. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, can I just clarify that Exocia staff is doing the numbers behind the scenes? Is it 6 million or is it 8 million?
Yeah. 8 million.
8 million?
Ms. Mena, right? We're at 8 million.
It's 8 million?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Clark?
Chair, I think we're on to Member Sugimura's next amendment.
Okay. So,
Go ahead.
so, Ms. Ludi. So I want to bring up, which is, I guess is number 3.
Yes.
It's motion to amend Appendix A, Part 1, Department of Environmental Management, the appropriation entitled Bureau of Reclamation, Water Smart, Title 16, authorized grant by changing the appropriations name to United States Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation, and 2, reducing the appropriation amount to $3 million.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on right now. We need to complete the motion and vote on whatever the first, like, don't move to a new ASF until we finish the first ASF.
Oh, I thought we finished.
I think that was me.
Sorry.
My apologies, because I interrupted that by asking for clarification on the amount, but you're correct. We need a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Member Paulton.
So, just clarifying the ASF on page 10, it should say 29.6 mil.
Does everyone have this? 'Cause the
28
math
point-
doesn't
It would be
make sense.
28.6 because Chair Lee's / Councilmember Alan Fernandez / Councilmember Hodgins' motion earlier cut 8 million. So the remaining balance would be 28.6 if we're moving 8 million instead of 6 million.
Okay, so it should say 28.6 on page 10.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Bolton. Yes, that's correct.
Thank goodness, okay.
Have all the questions been asked?
Yes.
Oh, take your time.
And Chair, later when the council takes a break, we will run through the numbers and ask you for a little bit of time before you adjourn so we can fix anything that doesn't quite math out. Thank you.
That sounds great. Do you need us to add, oh, I'm so sorry, Chair. Do you need us to say like non-substantive, or is that just understood and you're good?
We're good. At the end, we'll run through everything and make any corrections we need before you adjourn.
That makes
Thank
me
you.
feel so much better. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
So, and then to clarify that, page 9 should say $179,640,474.
I'm not following this. Director.
Thank you, Chair. The balance that I currently have with the reduction of 5 million earlier and this $8 million is 174,724,499.
174 what? Sorry.
724,499.
Okay. Remember, Vice Chair Sugimura, all your ASFs, are most of them or all of them coming from the administration?
Majority, yeah.
Or what isn't coming from the administration?
We didn't vote on this one yet.
No, we haven't.
I'm just getting clarification because I don't know why there's so much confusion when we are not proposing this, you know? Yes.
Oh, Chair, it was just because we took up your amendments first, so the numbers are different than the posted Bill 41.
I know, but they had my posted ASF.
Oh, okay.
So they had my numbers.
We didn't have time.
So if they didn't have other numbers, you know, it's, can't control that. All right, so you, how many more you have?
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
6.
All right, so now we're gonna vote if there are no more questions on your motion. And so can you repeat your motion, please?
Move to amend section 3.6.g.
Closer to the mic.
Under Department of Finance countywide costs by reducing the fringe benefits by, and this is 8 million, right? Or is it still 6?
8.
And increasing insurance programs and self-insurance by 8, and sliding the following condition under, following condition, up to 8 million must be used to pay the negotiated amount for temporary hazard pay for eligible Maui County Hawaii Firefighters Association members for performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency.
Okay, any more questions? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 6 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, 3 excused. Members, Hodgins, member.
She was recused.
Recused. 1 recused, 2 excused. Recused is
Johnson
member.
Kama.
What?
Johnson Kama.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Oh.
Everybody wants to be chair today. Okay, I'd gladly give you my code. Recused is member Hodgins, excused is member Johnson, and excused is Pro Tem Kama. The vote carries with 6 votes. 6.
Video isn't on, Member Sugimura. If you want to have it on, up to you.
Ms. Clark.
We're on to Vice Chair's next motion to amend, Chair.
Yeah.
You tell
Vice
me
Chair
which one.
Sugimura.
Oh, you want me to just read it?
The water smart.
Okay, so I move to amend Appendix A, Part 1, under Department of Environmental Management, the appropriation entitled Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart, Title 16 authorized grant by changing the appropriation name to United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, and reducing the appropriation amount to $3 million. This amendment, oh, that's the motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez on the proposed ASF. Discussion, Vice Chair.
This amendment updates the grant amount to reflect what is now anticipated to be received in fiscal year 26 and changes the grant's name for consistency with Bill 74, 2025, which recognizes the same grant amount in fiscal year 25.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 excused. Member Johnson and Pro Tem Kama, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, this would be another motion to amend by Vice Chair Sugimura, and this is for fringe benefits.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I move to amend section 3.6.G under Department of Finance countywide costs fringe benefits by adding a condition that reads up to 15 million.
Wait, just the motion.
This is the motion.
Oh, okay.
I'm
the
adding this
entire
condition.
motion, okay.
Up to 15 million must be used for supplemental agreements to the master agreements for collective bargaining contracts, of which 10 million must be used for healthcare benefits program.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. The motion presented by Vice Chair Sugimura. Any discussion?
Yes, this corrects the amount of the 15 million condition in Bill 41 CD1 25 and adds up to 10 million must be used for healthcare benefits program consistent with discussions during the fiscal year 25 budget session.
All right, any more discussion? Member Paulton.
So just clarifying that the amount on page 9 should be 174,724,499.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, either 499 or 500. There may be some rounding in there, but yes, I confirmed with OCS and we're within $1 of each other. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, that's the one.
You're always within $1 of each other. Okay, any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused. Member Johnson and Pro Tem Kama, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, we have another amendment for Vice Chair Sugimura. And
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Department of Ag.
Which one are you going to do?
I have up the Department of Ag,
Oh, okay.
micro grants.
How many more do you have?
I have 3. Oh, what happened to that one? Oh, here, this is the one. So I move to amend section 3 by 1, revising conditions, paren 3, paren 11, under the Department of Agriculture to read as follows. Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc. for the Agricultural Micro Grants Program.
Second.
Thank you.
By Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, to the motion
Yes.
is the micro ag grants, did you say?
Micro, MEO,
Micro ag grants.
MEO Inc. for the Agricultural Micro Grants Program.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
This amendment was requested by the administration, and I think this is really Kiani's program.
Yeah. Okay. More discussion? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I have a couple of amendments to the condition. I can read them out loud now, or I can post it to the second reading, whichever you.
Oh, let's do it now.
Okay, so the last sentence of the condition reads, applicants will not be disqualified based upon receipt of COVID-related grant funding from supplementary sources.
That's one.
Yeah, so just to strike that,
Okay.
because I.
Or to strike that.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary anymore. But if our attorneys think that it should stay, it can stay.
Attorneys. Did you hear the question?
Oh,
Can
okay.
you repeat it?
I'm moving to strike the last sentence of the condition that reads, applicants will not be disqualified based upon receipt of COVID-related grant funding.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, that's a motion.
Yeah, and then for subsection B, the up to 100,000 must be for the administration of data collection on the microgrants. And then budget director had good suggestion language. That was better than my language. I wrote like for the life of the program, but I think it was from the start.
Director.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. Yes, I think if you say for the life of the program, that could also extend forward, which I don't think is your current intent. So I think from the start of the program might more accurately capture what you're trying to do.
That's correct. So from the start of the program.
Okay, did everybody hear that? That motion? The two amendments? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, Johnson and comma, motion carries. Okay, so any more amendments?
Did we have a second on your motion?
Oh, I was hoping it was friendly.
Okay.
No, did you raise your hand? Okay.
Oh, okay, that
So
wasn't
friendly
friendly.
late,
Okay.
second? Can we count that, or we
I
have to
thought
do
we were
that
just
again?
voting on your motion, but
No, we weren't. I was taking that as a separate amendment.
okay.
Amendment to
I
her
would need a
motion.
second then.
Okay, so for the record, let's show that Member Rollins Fernandez made the motion, seconded by Member Sinanci. And then the vote was, you want us to take it again? No. Unanimous. 7 ayes, 2 excused, Johnson and comma, motion carries. Now, any more amendments? Who? What?
Oh,
Who
no,
you
we have
pointed?
more.
What does that mean?
We have
Someone
more.
wanted to read whatever she has next, so we're in sync.
No, I have to take the main motion as
Oh, I'm sorry, I
amended.
thought we voted.
You didn't accept my motion as a friendly amendment, so we have to vote on my motion.
Oh,
Now we
okay.
have to vote on your motion.
Yeah. No, it's not that she didn't accept it. I felt it was substantive enough to take a separate vote.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. This time I'll take the blame. Okay, the motion is, main motion as amended, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. 2 excused, Johnson and comma, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. The next motion to amend would be also from Vice Chair Sugimura, and this is for the GET Fund, Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Okay?
Okay. I move to amend Appendix A, Part 2, Section CC, General Excise Tax Fund, Department of Hawaiian Homelands by adding a condition to read, up to 11 million must be for an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Hawaii for the development of an off-site water project, including a 16-inch transition line from the Lahaina Civic Center pump station to the Wahikuli Reservoir tank to support broader Department of Hawaiian Homelands infrastructure and future housing projects.
Second. Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook, on the ASF as read by Vice Chair Sugimura. Discussion.
Yeah, this amendment.
Wait, go ahead.
Oh, this amendment was requested by the administration to help fund off-site water infrastructure through an agreement with the state of Hawaii supporting Department of Hawaiian Homelands housing and infrastructure projects.
Member Paulton.
I'd like to move to amend the motion to include the same language that we put in the other 10 million that MOA or MOU is signed by HHFDC to that it will turn over the lands to DHHL at the end of 5 years. And I'll defer to Ms. Toshikio for the exact verbiage.
Ms. Toshikio.
Second, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, it says the release of funds is conditioned upon execution of an MOU for the transfer of the land between the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation and DHHL.
Okay, moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. The verbiage as read by Corp Counsel Ms. Toshikio. Okay, that's the amendment to the main motion. Yes, Member Cook.
Are we in discussion?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. For clarification, this is infrastructure, so it's a pipeline through an easement to a tank. So would it be, I don't understand how it's tied to the property. It's design and function is to service and utilize for the Hawaiian homes only.
Member Paulton.
Like Mr. Franda said, that they're working on the MOA, but if the land isn't transferred over, then we would have been spending DHHL money on HHFDC, and they said that the tank is, Ms. Milner said that the tank is between Kala'iola and Kilohana. That's all HHFDC lands currently. Prior to the fire, they were gonna give it to DHHL, but they hadn't sealed the deal. And so these improvements are on HHFDC land. And if HHFDC doesn't sign the MOU to turn it back over to turn it over to DHHL at the end of 5 years, like they promised the entire civic gym that they were going to do, then we are spending DHHL earmarked monies on HHFDC lands, which isn't what that money is for. It's for DHHL.
Okay, I understand. So it's for reinforcement of their commitment.
Right. Yeah, because by the time 5 years is up, Mr. Campos might not be around, you and me might not be around, and Mr. Watson did say, oh, maybe we should get it in writing. So we kind of thought he got it in writing, but I guess they're still working on it. So This is just added incentive to sign that MOU for both of their parts.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and then the testifier this morning verified that that's what he planned to do, like they did with the first half of the money. Yep. Okay, any more discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, to excuse Johnson, comma. Motion carries. Now the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the main motion as amended, raise your hand, say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, to excuse Johnson, comma. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
All right, Chair, I have down for I believe it's the last ASF for Vice Chair. This one is for the county landfills.
I'm glad Ms. Milner is here. Move to amend Appendix B by changing landfill disposal fee, interim fee schedule for county landfills where there are no scales or when scales are inoperable as follows. Category I, light trucks or other vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of less than 10,000 pounds, $92 per truckload. Category 2, medium trucks or other vehicles with a gross vehicle weight from 10,000 to 19,999, and that would be $181.50 per truckload. Category 3, large trucks or other vehicles with a gross vehicle weight from 20,000 to 25,999 pounds to 266 per truckload. And category 5, large trucks or other vehicles with 12 cubic yard capacity, 295 per truckload. And category 5, large trucks or other vehicles with a 20 cubic yard capacity, 509 per truckload. Category 6, commercial refuse hauling trucks, number 1, roll-off, not compacted, end $726 per truckload. Roll-off compacted, $1,120.50 per truckload. 42 cubic yard front end loader, $1,282.50 per truckload. 20 cubic yard front end loader, $605 per truckload. And this amendment was requested by the administration and does not impact estimated revenues for fiscal year 26. These changes based on a fee truckload more accurately aligns the rates of county landfills where there are no scales or when scales are inoperable with the 110 rate per ton for municipal solid waste facilities with scales.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. I wish we didn't have to have, Director, deal with these complicated issues, on the floor with no context, no, justification, nothing. You're just saying, trust us, right? Any questions? Member Cook?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment on that amendment. And basically it enables the municipal waste to charge and not get into any arguments or debate when there's not a scale. So it's logical and I understand why they're doing it, but I just wanted to comment. If I was going to the dump and they did that, I'd understand why.
Well, nobody else would. Vice Chair Sugimura?
Yeah, so I don't know if this is just a typo, but under item number 2, Ms. Milner, where it says category 2, medium trucks or other vehicles with a gross vehicle weight.
Okay, nobody can hear you.
Oh, nobody can hear me. After 19,999, is there supposed to be pounds or is just a typographical error? So 10,000 to 19.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can insert pounds there as well as part of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 excused, Johnson, motion carries.
I have one more.
You have one more?
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Chair Sugimura?
So this is regarding, it's on page 26, Department of OEV Resources. And item number 6, it's a duplication. It says you have to delete, up to 400,000 must be for master planning and assessment of tax map key paren 2-3-001-023. And this is regarding the Von Temsky property. And on this sheet, one above that, it says the same thing. So it's a duplication. And I thought maybe this is how I was going to get the 1 million to do the project. But
The
I'm
1
not.
million to do what
No,
project?
that's okay. It's the Von Temsky. It's the Von Temsky property for the, for actually, the EV.
You mean
that
you
was
have,
found.
the appropriation is listed twice?
Yeah, it's listed twice. So it's deleting one. 400,000 is being deleted. It's a typo.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. This was an amendment that I was going to talk to Member Sugimura about. It sounds like master planning is not going to take place. So in addition to.
Excuse me, so that everybody knows what you're talking about. Master planning for the Von Temsky project.
Yes.
Property, okay.
So under Department of OEV Resources on page 26 of Bill 41, under OEV Resources Program, subsection 5 and 6, Member Sugimura is pointing out that there are 3 400,000s, 2 in subsection 5 and 1 400,000 in subsection 6. So she's pointing out that it would need to be deleted. So I guess the subsection 6. So in addition to that, I understand that the master planning is not going to happen, and that the archaeological study and cultural preservation would happen, and that it would cost about $1 million, but all of that for $800,000 they would do. So
I have a comment.
I'm not sure what your point is. I mean, is that a duplication that it's going to turn out to be extra funds?
I don't think it changes the totals. I think the provisions, the conditions would have to be deleted. So I think Member Sugimura's motion may be to strike subsection 6 here, because that's the duplicate. And then she has a comment.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
So thank you. Thank you very much, Member Rollins Fernandez. So I did speak with Kapono I about this, and that's where I got the $1 million from. And actually it was Managing Director who referred me to him and said, ask him, whatever. So this is where the $1 million came from. And after we did the deletion of cutting this down to 800,000, I did talk to the Department of Water, and Deputy Director Landgraf said, we will work with the OEV Resources to pick up any deficiency, I guess. So I guess they're going to
Deficit?
I'm sorry, what?
You meant deficit, not deficiency?
Yeah, deficit, yeah. So it'll get covered. It's in a casual conversation. I don't know how you document that.
Do you want to
but
strike subsection 6?
Yes, we are striking it.
Subsection 6 of
this OEV resource program general.
Okay.
So we're still striking it because it is a duplicate.
Okay.
But if you want to leave it there, then they'll have plenty of money. Just kidding.
Chair.
Who's talking?
Rochelle.
Oh, yes,
Hi.
Rochelle.
So regarding that condition that will be left, condition 5, do we need to alter that language based on what is being represented today to indicate that up to 800,000 must be for archaeological study and cultural preservation for tax map key 223001023, and then strike the second 400,000 because the master planning is not being done?
I'm not sure. Is that what you're intending?
So I don't know that information that Member Rollins Fernandez has. I just know what Director told me that he would need to do the archaeological.
Okay, Director?
Thank you, Chair. If I could offer a compromise, perhaps, to strike condition 6 and make condition 5 up to 800,000 must be for archaeological study and cultural preservation for tax map key 223001:023, and for master planning and assessment of the same property, to give the department of the flexibility to use that 800,000 as needed rather than splitting it 4-4. Thank you, Chair.
I'm good. Are you good, Member Rollins Fernandez?
So moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't make a motion initially?
Second.
You're just talking?
I actually moved to delete the section 6, subsection 6.
Okay, so there was a motion, apparently.
I asked if she wanted to make that motion, but she never did.
So we just did.
So I just made a motion, and she seconded it. Member Cook seconded it too.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion is to strike subsection 6 and to amend subsection 5 to read, up to 800,000 must be for archaeological study and cultural preservation for tax map key 2230001:023 and for master planning and assessment of the same property.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody got that? So moved by Member Ron Fernandez, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura. Any further discussion on that amendment? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your, no?
Quick discussion.
Quick discussion.
Perhaps I can add may, and then that way it's not the council requiring that a master plan also be done in the 800,000, because we know that an AIS costs $1 million. So the master planning would not be done. So I would like to amend, friendly amendment to my motion, that it may include master planning
Okay.
for the same property.
Everybody all right with that?
Yes.
Change the word to may. Okay, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, Johnson, comma, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, the next ASF that I have is from Member Uu Hodgins.
Member Uu Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Move to amend Bill 41, CD1, 2025, General Budget Provisions as follows. Insert a new condition to read Section 10, Compliance. As a condition of all appropriations, county funds must only be used for activities conducted in lawful ways and in compliance with all required applicable permits, insurance requirements, and written authorization or right of entry permits, and then renumber the remaining sections.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Member Uu Hodgins, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, on the ASF that was just read to you. Discussion, Member Uu Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I brought this up some during my conversation when we were doing our district priorities, but I feel that this helps us protect our public health and safety, reduces our liability, and helps enforce compliance and accountability as we are giving money to a whole bunch of nonprofits to do the good work they need to do on our county lands. This just helps, in my head, with liability issues that if they may arise.
Okay.
That's it. Thanks, Chair.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excuse, Johnson, comma, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
That's all the ASFs I have, Chair.
Okay.
But I see a hand raised.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I don't have any ASFs. This came from testimony. You will find this on page 3 under Department of Ag. I move to amend Bill 41, CD1, 2025, section 1A38, Local Food Purchasing Initiative, to proviso $100,000 for the Living Pono project.
Second.
All right. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinensi, to provide $100,000 to the Living Pono project. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. This does not change the totals of the budget. This is just a proviso, as you heard in testimony, and it's in alignment with the intention of Member Johnson's new program. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 7 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Excuse Johnson, comma, okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. This is on page 18 of the budget bill.
Okay.
Office of the Mayor. This is for Ka'ehu. I move to amend Bill 41, CD1, 2025, Office of the Mayor, Section 12A6, to reduce $100,000. And on page 7 of the Department of Environmental Management, Section 5F12, to add $100,000 to Ka'ehu.
Thank you. Did you have a second?
Second.
Second. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Members Senna and C, to move $100,000 to Ka'ehu. Okay, discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And so that item would now read
250.
up to $250,000 must be for Ka'ehu to manage and restore county shoreline property at tax map key 233001001. And that $100,000, I reduced my proposal, which started off as $1 million, for stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land. And then we reduced it to $400,000 at our Sunday meeting. And so I'm reducing it again from $400,000 to $300,000 and putting the $100,000 from that line to add to the Ka'ehu.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're
Thank you so
welcome.
much. Appreciate that. Vice Chair Sugimura.
I really appreciate this because I've seen and I've gone on tours with Michael Tingon, and I always had a thought. It's county land, and you have these wonderful volunteers, really, who are helping us. I'm hoping that Michael Tingon gets paid. But it's such a huge responsibility, and I hope that in the future that this will appear in our budget from the administration for greater than the $250,000 because they're struggling. I mean, they are. Well, he doesn't grumble, but just the work and the number of acreage that they have to take care of, and the testimony that we got that CC'd all of us was from a resident in the area saying, please give them the money because of all of these things, right? Security and everything. So Leslie Milner, just next year, maybe. Noted. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. Mahalo, Budget Director, for flagging that I'll also need to increase the EPNS revolving fund on page 10 to the for the 100,000 to the interfund transfers for EPNS, as well as county-wide costs. And I will invite Budget Director to clarify if I misspoke anywhere.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. Yes, this would be under Department of Finance countywide costs supplemental transfer to the EPNS fund. That would increase by $100,000. And then on the first page, for revenues, you need to increase the interfund transfer by $100,000. Thank you, Chair.
Gee, I hope you have some left for yourself.
Mahalo, Chair. Yeah, so there's 300,000 left, and it's for county-owned lands. And as I stated during budget session, that perhaps instead of asking these groups who steward county-owned lands that we for funding, that we should develop some kind of a formula, and then that way the work that they're doing, there will be some kind of guarantee or reliance expectation on the funding instead of it being uncertainty every year. So that's something I'm happy to work with the administration on.
Okay, good call. So Director, you have to work with our council member here, okay?
Thank you, Chair. I'm always happy to work with all of the council members.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused, Johnson, comma, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair,
Yes.
Pardon my interruption. I know that we're about to move on. However, in looking at the ASFs, the ASF regarding the funds for the supplemental agreement to the master agreement regarding the healthcare benefits, I believe that amount was, there was $15 million, but you had previously cut 5 million. So we do need to make an adjustment there. I wanted the body to be aware of that because we will be doing that as we are balancing the numbers.
I thought it was
And I'm hoping that our
26.
staff is able to do that as the council continues on with the other items that are on this particular agenda.
Well, I'm hoping the director, the budget director can help with those kinds of things. Because she knows where all the money is.
You always say that.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez, I thought you raised your hand. No.
I did, but it wasn't, it didn't have anything to do with this. I just had one more amendment, but I think this is important to follow through on.
So you're suggesting that everybody, that our staff and the director work together to resolve it?
Yes,
Not
Chair,
like right
and
now?
we'll be doing that work, starting to work on that as the body continues on the rest of the items on the agenda, but towards the end, we didn't want you to be surprised when there's an adjustment of approximately $5 million there. Thank you.
Okay. So do we have any more amendments?
Okay, I have a,
Vice Chair Sugimura.
so this may be incorrect, but I thought that pot started off with like 26 million. Member Paulton did that, and then we cut it down to 15, of which when managing director came, he said that he needed 10 for the healthcare. Is that correct?
Director?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. And then the Chair Lee, Councilmember Hodgins, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez amendment that we took up at the beginning reduced it by another 5 million,
okay,
which is
That's
why we're discussing whether it should be a $15 million condition or if it should just be the $10 million.
10 million, yeah.
So we're
thanks for the
short how
clarity.
much in that fund? 5 million now.
Thank you, Chair. This is just conditional language, so it's not a shortage of funds.
Oh.
I think the preference would just be that we not condition 15 million when only 10 million was added for that purpose. Thank
Yeah.
you, Chair.
Okay,
That was my condition. Yeah.
so we have to remove that condition.
Thank you, Chair. We're open to the condition, but if we could just solely condition 10 million instead of, 10 million instead of 15 million.
Okay.
Chair, may I
Member
request a
Rollins
recess?
Fernandez? Oh, you want to recess? Okay, 5 or 10 minutes? Okay, the meeting is recessed until 4 o'clock. Meeting in recess. For the May 16th, 2025 council meeting, please reconvene. It's 4:12. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. I think that we just took a brief recess to check on numbers, and from our side, clerk's office side, we don't have any more amendments, but I'm not sure if any of the members do.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. The recess I requested, mahalo for that, was to discuss a condition under the fringe benefits, and it was right here. And so the request was to make it consistent with the amendments that we made. Okay, here. Fringe benefits allocated for supplemental agreements must be for healthcare benefits program. And so that was intended for the supplemental agreements that we discussed extensively during budget session. And the request was to make it for 10 million. And my preference would be to leave it at 15 million. So to not amend it today so that it would remain $15 million allocated for the supplemental agreements must be for healthcare benefits program.
Okay.
Okay. In discussing that with budget director, it's a policy decision, which if we want to make that decision today, that's our authority to do so. With the caveat that if there's any shortages, that it could be looked at a pot of funding to do budget amendments from during the fiscal year of FY26. But they may not, and I will hold on to that may not.
So do we have to make any changes anymore?
I am not going to propose any changes.
Okay.
But I wanted to explain my position to everyone, and if my colleagues, if there's any disagreement, we can discuss now. Otherwise, it would remain $15 million in fringe for that purpose.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Vice Chair Sugimura.
So sounds good to me. So I wonder if the clerk can go back to the motion that I made, because what I did was take this and modify the fringe benefit. Oh, sorry, move to amend 3.6.g under Department of Finance countywide cost fringe benefits by adding a condition, and I conditioned that 15 to be 10 million for the healthcare. Can you go back and look at it? Maybe we just have to withdraw this then, it sounds like.
Chair,
Yes?
our understanding is based on what was just stated on the record that your motion would stand, so there would be no changes, so staff will not be making any of those adjustments, and that is a policy call, and we're happy to leave it that way. Thank you.
Happy to leave it that way?
So am I hearing that Member Rollins Fernandez wants it to not be touched? So I can withdraw this, because the intention is to designate 10 million of it for the health benefits.
Chair, staff's understanding is that Councilmember Rollins Fernandez is stating that she does not want to see any changes to the condition that this body adopted earlier today.
Oh.
So she would withdraw her motion?
Okay.
No,
No.
everything just stays.
Oh,
It's
okay.
her comment is in response to staff's indicating that we would need to make a $5 million adjustment, and we are being instructed to not do that and to leave the condition as is.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Thank you.
Does everybody understand that? Do you have any questions, anyone? So there is no motion at all?
Yeah, no new motion.
I gotta say, I congratulate you, everyone, and especially you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Gosh, you're doing a hell of a job.
I'm the favorite.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Gosh. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Who's Chair Lee's favorite? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So if there are no more amendments, I think our OCS staff and the budget office have conferred, and we are short about $530,000. And then I can call on, if we want to call on budget director for the exact number.
Budget Director, you have the exact number?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the number that we are currently short is $536,038.
Yes, Vice Chair. We're gonna, I mean.
Freudian
sorry.
slip, I know.
Yeah, Member Rollins Fernandez, you know what I was thinking?
Your favorite.
As I was calling on you, I wasn't really thinking of your title. I was thinking if we have to rob Longs or Foodland, which one?
Or maybe a little bit of both.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Do you have a suggestion?
Yes. Okay. So I have 3 suggestions. Number 1, Member Paulton ran some numbers, and if we set non-owner occupied tier 3 at $17.15, that would generate $588,038. That's option 1. Option 2 is we could take the necessary money from OPEB, which would bring us down to about $2 million instead of the 2.5 that we were aiming for. Or option 3, we could take that amount from emergency fund, which we added 1.7 million to during budget session. Or option 4, we could do a little bit of all 3, or a little bit of 2, or just choose one.
Okay. What do you suggest? Vice Chair Sugimura, what is your idea?
What were you going to take from, you're going to change long-term? What were you going to change the rate?
Non-owner occupied.
Non-owner
tier
occupied.
3.
Tier 3.
To what?
Add 15 cents.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be 14.50? Or is it 17?
No, 17.15.
Mayor's one was 14.
Okay, that's one option. Member Cook,
I like option 3.
which is what?
Emergency.
Which is what?
Emergency.
That would be from the emergency fund. All 536,000. Okay.
Okay, and then let's hear everybody's ideas. Member Sinensi?
I'm okay with option 1, Chair.
Okay. Member Paulton?
I'm okay with option 1 or 2.
Okay. Member Uhajens?
Next year, I have a 4th option, and I'd probably, we're not gonna love this. I don't think everybody's gonna love this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Option 4 could be reducing part of Bill 49 and taking that money and putting it back into this $500 some odd $100,000 we're missing.
Tell us about Bill 49. I don't think the public knows Bill 49.
Okay, Bill 49 is the increase of pay for our OCS staff. I kind of discussed this in the last budget meeting we had, where I would have preferred Member Cook's amendment, which was at 10% instead of the proposed. I want to say we voted on 20% plus 5. I don't know the difference, and I guess I could calculate it. I was just going to ask to separate this out, but since we are now making all the changes, I figured we could have this discussion anyway. But there's that. If you guys want to talk stories about that or do the other ones, we can do whatever works best.
Okay, am I missing anybody?
Is that a motion?
Somebody did not, no, I was just checking for consensus. All right, is someone ready to make a motion? Okay, well, we have 2 motions now. I'm sorry.
I move to set tier 3 non-owner occupied at 1750.
Second.
1715. Yeah. Okay.
17.
Okay, discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I would have been happy to kind of mix and match, but I don't like where the discussion's going. So I'm gonna go with setting the setting the rate.
Sorry.
And we're just gonna, yeah, take it there. Mahalo, Chair.
All right, discussion, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I really don't want to raise the rates, and I prefer to do an alternate for discussion. I would, so I won't vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, Member Sinanci.
Thank you, Chair. I chose option 1 because as policymakers, Chair, we get the opportunity to address a practice that has been in, for a long time, is that outside investments into our small island community, and oftentimes it takes up our housing stock. So my reasoning for option 1 is to almost, put a halt on the practice of outside investments in our community, Chair. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. We did hear Member Cook in the past in his support of Wailea 670 Honuaula that this was the purpose. Why vote for these luxury homes if they're not bringing in that revenue? And I'm perfectly fine with reducing ourselves, but I can count the votes for Wailea 670. And so if we're having Wailea 670, they should be paying.
Wait, before I call on you, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, so I'm opposed to raising that rate, to the 1715, just because being out in the community, when you're out there, a lot of times the people who help donate and support different kinds of projects out there come from these people who are, this non-owner occupied, and, whether they're snowbirds or whatever that come here. So I think they're already at the 17 rate with yours. And so I won't support the 1715. Are you going to ask me where it should come from?
Oh, do you have an idea?
Well, I think the emergency fund could handle it. We haven't moved that.
Okay. Well, that was one of the suggestions.
Yeah.
Member Cook.
Thank you. And I'm more than happy I hear my colleague. I do have represented, and I do feel that the second homes are a source of income. And I'm not opposed to charging a high tax rate for them. I think if people run the numbers, that people are paying the taxes, because what we hear is a couple of different things in the community. We pay the lowest tax rate on many different areas, but if you look at that particular market and the brackets, some people pay $150,000, $200,000, $250,000 a year taxes, and I don't have a problem with them paying that. I've heard recently from when I was at events like at the MAC, Maui Cultural Arts Center, and some of the other nonprofits, that the people that are their benefactors, that are the ones who have been supporting them, some are getting tired and moving, et cetera. So I think that we're reaching a saturation point. Over time, increasing the rate, over the last 4 years, it has been increased substantially. And that's just my reason. I don't have a problem with taxing them, and I'm agreeing, and I'm not deviating from what I've said in the past, the feeling that that market is a really good annuity for our future. But I just feel that I'd like to not put any more pressure on it. That's my rationale. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
As is our resources getting saturated with all the resources being used for second empty homes And so if they're not putting out, then I feel we've had enough. You know, it's not when you give in the aftermath of the disaster, when I give in an aftermath of a disaster, I'm not saying, oh, I'm giving this money so that my property taxes will be lowered. I'm giving with no expectation of return. All the GoFundMes and stuff, there's no like tax write-off. There's no like lower my property taxes. I'm giving because people lost everything and I care about them and I can. I'm not asking like, oh, I gave to this and this organization. Oh, I volunteered and made some sandwiches, so please lower my taxes. I gave because it's the right thing to do and I had the means to do it. I didn't give for a tax return. I didn't give for lower taxes. I gave because my community was hurting. And luxury second homes that sit empty, luxury second homes that are visited every once in a while, these are the over $3 million range. The only thing that they bring into our community is that revenue. They're not housing local people that desperately need housing. They're not members of our community that are like, you know, spending time living here full time. It's not their first home. It's a luxury. It's a second home that they do not occupy. And if they're not going to bring in the revenue, then we don't need them taxing our resources. To me, it's that simple.
Okay, wait. Obviously, the honeymoon is over. So why don't we take a break with, not a recess, but a break from our discussion. It appears that Director Milner may have a suggestion. Is it okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And I see Managing Director is here now. We've been texting. We only need $7.4 million for the settlement with HFFA, so the reduction could be taken from self-insurance and reducing that condition to $7.4 million. Thank you, Chair.
Yay.
Is that satisfactory to everyone?
Can we be friends again?
Yeah, I know. It was so nice for a while. It was kind of like a dream. Thank you so much. That's very, very helpful, and it seems to be acceptable. Would you like to make a motion?
I will withdraw my motion to set the non-owner occupied rate.
Okay. And Member Sinensi will withdraw the second. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Really do.
And I will make that amendment to reduce the settlement amount by $536,038, and to put that in all the places that it needs to go.
Thank you, Chair. If we could also just adjust the conditional language to $7.4 million instead of $8 million. Thank you, Chair.
That's my motion.
Okay, the conditional language. Any discussion?
Oh, I need a second.
You have a second in Member Cook. Oh, Member Sinensi? Second, somebody? Okay, second, Member Cook. Member Sinensi. Yeah, all right, discussion. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And mahalo, Managing Director, for that idea, and Budget Director for proposing that. It was surprisingly a pretty good conversation, and I think as far as the optics go, you definitely saved us, because what it was looking like for a moment there was saving those with, the billionaires with multi-million-dollar mansions from paying a little bit more, and then taking that money away from our residents who work for us. That was not good optics. So I fully appreciate that, and appreciate all the discussion before this. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Member Cook? Member Hodgins, are you not voting? We have to go for
Sounds like
I'll
real
recuse
roll call.
myself again because I think this is fire still.
Okay.
No, I would support it if I could, but it'd be a conflict.
Oh, I see.
If this is for
You're
fire,
recusing
so
yourself.
I'm just going to recuse myself again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to stay out of it.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you raising your hand again? No, don't have to. Okay. 6 ayes, 2 excused, Johnson and comma, and 1 recused, Hodgins. Motion carries. Thank you, members, and thank you, Managing Director. Appreciate the help, and Director Milner. Wow, okay. Okay, Ms. Clerk, let's go.
All right, Chair, so now we will need a motion to adopt the Committee Report 2526 as amended, and then we'll need that motion to encompass the filing of County Communications 25.6, 25.8, 25.9, and 25.10.
Chair,
Yes.
I believe we have a motion to adopt as the main motion to amend. So we just need the filing of all the ASFs.
Okay.
All the CCs.
Yes.
Yeah, we had
So
the motion.
moved.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Second? Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinensi. And can you repeat that? That's to,
That is to file all the county communications that were posted
Yeah.
on today's agenda
okay,
that were associated to with
Yes.
The budget bill.
Assuming there are no more.
25-26.
assuming there are no more amendments. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Did you have a question, Nohe?
I did, Chair. Is it just to file? I know Member Rollins Fernandez just said it, but I just need to hear it for my sake because there's been so many moving parts. So it's just to file all the county communications, or are we voting to pass on CR 2526 and file?
Ms. Clerk, or
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. My motion right now before us is to file CC 25-6, 25-7, 25-8, 25-9, and 25-10.
Thank you so much, Member Rollins Fernandez. I appreciate that.
Mahalo for
Thank
the
you.
question to clarify. I wouldn't want.
Okay,
to
so
not
we
know what you're
have
voting on.
all ayes, yeah, which is 7 ayes, 2 excused, Johnson and comma, motion carries. Next motion, the main motion? Okay, now this is the big motion. Can you call that up, Ms. Clerk?
Chair, you'd like me to recall CR 2526?
25, 26, which one is that?
Chair,
Member Rollins
if
Fernandez.
you want to ask if there's any further discussion, it looks like there's no more amendments, but if there's any discussion on the main motion as amended multiple times, and if there's no discussion, then we can call for the vote.
Okay. I think Member Rollins, Hodgins had a question. Did you? Or did you? Because
Sure.
I did
I'll
ask
ask it
if
now,
anybody
though.
had any final amendments. Okay, so Member Hodgins?
Chair, if I may ask to separate Bill 49 out of the voting for all of the bills in CR 25-26, please.
No objections.
Any objections, members?
Thank you.
No objections? Okay, we'll separate Bill 49. Did you say? So we can take the vote now? Okay? On the main
Chair,
CR? Yes.
would you like to take a vote on Bill 49 first?
Oh.
Oh, go
Okay,
ahead.
members, do you want to separate 49 out now first before we take the big vote?
Yes.
Okay, no objections? Okay, Member
No,
No?
I think she made a motion to separate, and there were no objections. So now you
I'm
have
calling
the
on
notes
her.
to-
Yeah, you want to make
No, I
a
appreciate
change?
it. It's easier when you're in person. So when it's far away, it's hard. I'm thinking I'm hearing everything, but if in case I'm not.
Real quick.
Member Rosman, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm guessing you want to separate because you want to vote no. So I don't think you
Well,
wanna...
I would. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, okay. No, I am assuming that I know what you're going to do, and I don't. So I will and let you speak.
I was assuming that she wanted to make a change. That's what I thought. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I would prefer to make a change, but I wasn't sure how we were going to handle all of this. I kind of said it in my last discussion. I've said it several times. I would prefer a smaller increase in Bill 49, like a 10% as Member Cook proposed originally. And I guess that's my motion if we need one.
Okay.
We can go into more discussion if necessary.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Now it's been moved by you, Member Uhajian, seconded by Member Sugimura. Well, you haven't made the amendment. What is your motion? What is your motion?
I thought I said to increase the salaries by 10% instead of the 20 plus.
Okay, so that is your motion. That's the motion. You moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes. First, let me say that I really mean no disrespect to OCS. I love and adore each one of our OCS staff members. They're all amazing. We do have an increase now at 10%, which includes their step raises that they get annually. When discussing the healthcare, as we previously gave some money to, OCS is also included in that as well, which I think is great. But that does include some money. If we need to get into more discussion, I will. But I just wanted to point out that some of the salary increases will range from about 20, sometimes 30, up to 40% of an increase. And again, I can support an increase of 10%, but I would prefer if we went down a little, which I've said before. If any further discussion is needed, I'm happy to discuss more, Chair, but thank you.
We have discussed this before. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I would also definitely support a raise for OCS. The testimony that we got from other members who are in the rank and file, who were demoralized, hurt, didn't like it, etc. During that vote, I was confused, and I was surprised that it ended up as high as it did. My bad for not following. So I'm glad to be able to revisit this, and I am very supportive of a raise, 10%, I think, plus their step, whatever they're getting, which would be great. And there again, no bad blood, and it's not everybody.
That's fine. Okay, roll call.
Discussion.
You want further discussion?
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Well, okay, let's take a short recess, okay? If you don't mind. 5 minutes, 4:46.